against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Ooh.
and welcome to day number 2 of the first week of the playoffs. I'm Chicken Sandwich on the call, and joining me tonight is Isaac.
What's up? What's up?
And we're getting right into the action. A potential for up to 6 games tonight if things fall the right way for some right teams. And that's going to be a leadoff strike out of Jose Odor. One away here as we start game number 1. Unicorns with the 1-0 lead over the Cyclones. The 3v6 matchup in the Epic Conference. Unicorns winning on a walk-off home run by this man last night, Woody Walker. Hit a shot into left center field that gave the Unicorns the 2-1 victory. But he gets jammed here, pops it up into right field. And it will be Fat Hugh who makes the catch for round number 2. We had a litany of pitching duels yesterday, Isaac.
Yeah, and actually it was the fewest runs ever scored in a 4-game cast. 19 runs on the day, which was less than 5 runs a game between these teams that are happening out here. And I don't know if it was the number ones just came and showed up to play, but it is so exciting to see. I mean, every game was at a razor's edge, and we had, as you mentioned, we had a couple of walk-offs as well.
And you mean like the fewest runs ever scored ever, not just like the playoffs, like ever in
Ever.
the. Wow, that's
Ever.
crazy.
I mean, think about all that has to happen, because like even if you have like one game where 9 runs are scored, there would only have to be, like 3 and 4 runs scored in the other games for it to even come close. It was just yesterday was truly ridiculous.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Already 2 runners aboard here for the Cyclones here against Valley Renault. Renault having an excellent season, a 2.73 ERA on the year and a .87 whip. She pitched almost 30 innings during the season. This is a grounder to short. Odor up with it. He goes to second for 1. Porterhouse to first, not in time. They can't complete the Dragon special, so the Cyclones will have runners at the corners here for Doug Kelly. With only 1 out in the bottom of the 9th, a chance to take the lead early here.
That's been a bit of an issue for some of these teams in the postseason, is the arm on the second baseman has got to be pretty fast given the speed of the batters. And as a result, they're just not able to turn those Dragon specials as quickly as you could before.
And Renault strikes out Doug Kelly to put 2 away, and here's Jet County. Cyclones given a golden opportunity here in the bottom of the first, cannot squander it. And a do-or-die game for them here, their season on the line. 1-1 count to County.
Surprised that the game votes or the channel operation points are 1.7K to the Unicorns and only like 300 to this, or 135 to the Cyclones, given how close yesterday was. Like this Cyclones team could very nearly be entering today with a chance.
And that's going to get down in front of
series.
Woody Walker, and the Cyclones will take advantage of the early opportunity and take a lead 1-0. Jet County with an RBI single into left.
Already matching their run total from yesterday.
And that brings up the rookie Mitchell O'Brien. O'Brien to short, Odor up with it. The throw will be in time for round number 3, but the Cyclones do get a run up on the board. It'll be 1-0 going to the top of the second. Flip-flop, Davis and Bree do up for the Unicorns.
This has been a really special season for the Unicorns. I mean, to take the Bombers into a division deciding game, to a lot of these players, we mentioned were the crux of the Corns of Pop team that won the Minors Super Series last season, and they're really showcasing how the Unicorns are going to be a team to watch in the Epic.
Oh, for certain. I feel like, if they do fall short this season, I feel like they could run the Epic for the next 2 to 3 seasons easily, because they have still so many young pitchers. Mabel Sparks, Valley Renault, and like people like Adolan Colin and like a couple others. Like they have Cayman and will start to progress over time, and that will just be disgusting as time goes along. 1 on 1 out now. Here's Breezy Bree. She pops this one into the stands. Alfonso Sims on the season. A bit of a different story from his opposition. A 5.88 ERA as he gives up a single through the left side of the infield. Up at 2 aboard. And a 1.76 whip. 14 walks and 14 strikeouts through the regular season. 17 earned runs through 26 innings. But for Sims, he was a relief pitcher for the regular season, but Doctor putting him in the number 2 spot here in the playoffs, and has got himself in a sticky situation as the walk to Moo Shaw will load the bases here for Hacky Porterhouse.
We saw some teams not take advantage of bases loaded situations, and that really led to the low scoring affair yesterday. team's got to convert today.
Dragons special could end the inning, but it's a 3-1 count to Porterhouse. The curveball finds the zone. The payoff pitch is fouled back. This will be in the stands as well.
That one could have been killed there.
Popped up into right. O'Brien under it. He's got a decent arm, so the runners will stay put. So everyone stays where they were. Bases still loaded here for the veteran Alex Hatman.
Talk about it. Is Hatman at journeyman status now?
I would definitely say so. And he swings at that one, pops it behind home plate, and it will be caught by Diligence for out number 3. Sims gets out of a bases loaded 1-out jam. We'll head to the bottom of the second inning, 1-0 still.
Yeah, I mean, 4 teams in 4 seasons, I definitely think he's reached that mark. And, I mean, if you're the Unicorns, that's got to hurt. You got to convert there.
Cyclones took advantage of their opportunity. Unicorns didn't, at least early here. We'll see how it plays out. And Marge makes a good point in the chat. Monroe already up to 33 pitches here in the bottom of the second. The Corns bullpen hasn't been totally elite. But gets a quick second out there and face off now against Sebastian Angelo. Finds his own there, 1-2 the count. Swung on, this is in foul territory, and it will land. We'll do it again. Grounded to short, Odor up with it, and he gets it to first in time for out number 3, a 1-2-3 inning for the Unicorns, and we'll head to the top of the third, still 1-0, top of their order due up here.
Just so you know, I'm going to have to duck for about 2 minutes. I've got brownies cooking right now. Baking, I guess.
Cook the brownies from last night, right?
Cook the brownies. But no, I got brownie mix on sale at Publix, BOGO. So.
Delicious. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Alfonso Sims drops the ball and allows Jose Odor to take first. It doesn't hurt Sims at the moment. He's not tense. But we're going to see if that comes back to bite him. That's a ground to the third, County to second for 1, Hugh to first. Dragons special! A 5-6-3 double play eliminates the base runner.
You know, I was just going to say that yesterday I was always holding my breath for those throwing to the pitchers at first. But in the end, the Unicorn's not able to make anything of it in the top of the third.
Can't take advantage of the error, and we'll go to the home half. And also Aru with a high pitch count, Sims with a high pitch count. And the Cyclones pin probably worse off than Unicorns, with Nori Aru being the long reliever. You have Rachel Kim, who's been shaky, and then Donald McDonaldson. Donald McDonaldson's probably this one. That one's down the third base line, and that will be a base hit. Rode the line all the way down, and that will be a runner aboard now. Here's Timber Woods. Not a great season for Woods, hitting .207 on the year. 11 for 53, no home runs, 3 RBIs, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. Has a 3-1 count here. And he will take a walk, so 2 aboard here for the Cyclones.
Now batting, the catcher, number 10.
Another opportunity here for the Cyclones early against Renault. Popped up behind home plate, but it will find the netting, and Diligence stays alive for now, 1-2. Dribbler to the third base side, flip-flop up with it. Gets the first in time for out number 1, but both runners will advance to scoring position. And here's the heart of the lineup, Doug Kelly. A maxed out bat. Dangerous, dangerous man at the plate. The stats not really showing it though. 234 on the season. Did hit 3 home runs, 10 RBIs, and did get walked 17 times. But pops it up here. A huge potential second out for Renault as she's under it. And will make the catch round number 2. A huge play there. Oh, Renault can't handle it, and it's going to dribble into the infield, and the runner is safe, and another run comes for the Cyclones. Renault couldn't field it cleanly, and Jet County's able to beat it out, and it's 2-0. Grounded to first, Hatman will step on the bag himself for out number 3, but another run for the Cyclones makes it 2-0 as we go to the 4th inning.
Man, I'll tell you right now, it's just the game is not necessarily too different between these two sides. Both of the pitchers kind of getting lit up. Not much is being, pushed through offensively, but the Cyclones so far are taking advantage, and the Unicorns need to start turning that around.
And Sims with the strikeout to lead off the inning. Brings up Gerald Davis. This man had a second half. He was on fire. He went 18 for 36, but he gets rung up there. Back-to-back strikeouts for Sims. And that puts 2 away here for Breezy Bree.
If he can get out of this inning with like 67, 68 pitches and make it through the 6th.
Breezy Bree into right center, and that one is a no-doubter. Breezy Bree gets Unicorns on the board with a shot into right center. 443 feet, and Unicorns cut the deficit in half.
Now batting, the catcher, number 23.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Coming into this series, it was definitely the Unicorns to lose, but I mean, that's got to make you, if you're Elder or Unicorns fan, got to make you feel better. Again, you don't really want to go into the 5th losing to the Cyclones, but I mean, if the Cyclones can't get some more insurance runs here, it's gonna come down to the bullpens, and you have to favor the Unicorns over the Cyclones, at least based off the stat lines.
Just the 2nd home run all season for Bree. Oh, that's off the glove of Kush. He tried to slide for that one.
That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it could have. We've seen, I think we've seen 2, I think, inside the park home runs off of missed slides like that, but I think they've both been at Shaka. But this one's going to bomber special down into left, and the Unicorns have the first 2 runners reach again, and Mojo down for Renault. She's going to be tense.
At what point do you pull Renault? She's starting to get close to 70 here. I mean, still decent stats, but she has a bullpen behind her.
Six hits, 2 walks. Not your typical day from Renault by any means.
He was an all-star, right?
This one into center field. It's deep. Breezy Breeze at the wall. And she'll make the catch in front of the wall for out number 1. A deep out number 1. And Elder makes a deep sigh of relief there.
Oh, man, that was millimeters away.
Missed the 3-run home run by the width of the wall, but I'm not sure who that was. I think that was Jabron Lames. No, that was Hugh George III, excuse me. Singles and gets the run back, and that will be it for Renault. She only goes 3 1/3, giving up 3 earned runs through 3 1/3 innings.
If you're the Cyclones here, you'd like to potentially get to 5 runs before the end of this inning. Give your bullpen, give Sims a little bit of a chance.
This one into center, tracking that one is Bree, and her speed closes on that one nicely. having someone that fast in center field is just an absolute weapon. You can just close on just about anything. Like if she has even like 10, 15 less speed, I think that's a base hit for the Cyclones and another run sort of scores. Would you
Diligence
agree?
Pops up there, yeah, and Diligence pops up there, which he's an interesting choice in the 3 slot. But
Yeah.
in the end, again, it is scraping by. But the Cyclones have a 2-run lead heading into the 5th. They gotta get through, what is that, 15 more outs?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes.
Quick maths. I'm getting a PhD.
I mean, they got the run back, so that's the least you can ask for your offense. As another strikeout for Sims. He rings up Haggy Porterhouse, 1 away. I don't know how many that is on the night for Sims, but I want to say it's at least 4, would you say?
I think that might be 5.
5? Okay. Hatman to short. Woods up with it. Gets it to first in time for round number 2.
Woods
And-
has cannon for an arm.
Yes, he's a great defensive shortstop. He doesn't have... He hasn't been quite the offensive piece this year, but his defense, I think, is well worth it. 1-2 to Odor. In the dirt. 2-2. Doesn't chase there. The count is full. And patience by Odor earns him a walk. And that brings up Woody Walker.
1 swing?
1 swing. That
That's
one,
not the swing
well,
either.
it might be a swing good enough. That one's going to bomber special, but the runner's going to third. He's going to be safe. Just in front of Hugh George the third. He couldn't get there in time. And the Unicorns have runners at the corners for the dangerous man, King Kush, with RBI man active.
I mean, he's got to dive there. He's got help in
Oh, yeah,
center.
you've got to dive. A grounder up the middle, under the glove of Timber Woods, and a run will score.
I mean, we're passing now, but Hugh George, you got to dive there. You've got help in center. If you miss it, you miss it. But now the Unicorns have pulled within 1, runners on first and second, and you're now going into the bullpen.
Yeah, that costing Sims' night. Could have got him out of the inning. But instead, we're here with Donald McDonaldson now, with runners on first and second. Ground to the third, Jet County up with it. The throw in time for round number 3. Unicorns get the run right back. 1-run game once again heading into the home half of the 5th. Kelly County and O'Brien do it for the Cyclones. I agree with what you were mentioning on the Cyclones lineup. I much would have preferred someone like O'Brien or something hitting in the 3's hole. I don't remember how fast he is offhand, but I just feel like that would have been a better flow through the lineup.
Now, I will point out that according to some schedule, to some lineup theory, your 3-hitter is like the most useless batter as opposed to the 8 and 9. But I don't know, man. I just feel like there could be someone different in there in that 3 slot besides Diligence.
Your 3-hole is your most worthless batter. Huh, I've never heard of that
Aside from the 7, 8, 9. You fill out 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and then go back to 3, according to some lineup theory.
Full count now to Jet County with the runner on first. He's 2 for 2 today. Ooh, ball 4. That one was borderline.
I don't know if you saw this the other day, but the strike zone is not a plane, right? It's hold on.
Runner's gonna go, but Kush not a strong enough arm. Puts runners at the corners now.
But the strike zone is not a plane. It's actually like a 3-dimensional object. And so like the tail end of the home plate is actually considered the strike zone. So if a ball curves down like that, it could still, as long as it intersects some form of that like prism, it's considered a strike.
Interesting.
Yeah, Donut Boy. It's the 2, 4, 5, and then you go back to 3 afterwards.
Oh, strike 3 call. He rings up Jabron Lanes for out number 2.
That's huge, especially
is-
going in. You'd much rather face Fat Hugh. I mean, look at how much speed you have on the base pass. Hugh can do something special here, though.
Runners go, and the throw is not in time, so both in scoring position for Fat Hugh.
I know that's an AI thing there, but there's no way you make that throw.
Oh, and he gets run up there! Back-to-back strikeouts in the inning for the Unicorns, leaving runners stranded in scoring position, and will go to the top of the 6th. Still a one-run game.
If last season was the most, amazing postseason that we've had in a long time, this postseason is shaping up to be one of the most competitive, in addition to we need to go back to fundamentals, guys, because we need to start learning how to score runs. Someone needs to go through and see how many runners have been left on base so far. Just in these first 2 days.
McDonaldson walks the first batter, and here's a locked-in Breezy Bree, and she puts this one into right center, tracking it, and is down in front of Jabron Lames, who makes a diving stop before it gets to the wall. Probably saves a run, but 2 runners in scoring position for the Unicorns now, and here's Moo Shaw with nobody out.
That was probably the most unathletic move I have seen in the game, and it turned out well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that turned out decently.
Cycle watch for Breezy Bree.
She definitely has the speed for it.
Oh yeah, Hummus. We've had like 2 or 3.
Oh! Donaldson with a strikeout as well.
I believe the most recent major cycle was Severus Shernley in
Yes.
season 6. And then there was a minors one this season.
Yes, there was a minor cycle this season, but nothing in the majors.
And then there's 2 cycles before that. Oh, that was really heads-up base running there at third.
That throw almost didn't get there. Jet County doesn't have the strongest of arms. That thing was a rainbow.
I feel like Timberwoods and Jet County should switch positions. It's like +3 permanent, something like that.
Yeah, 2 or 3. I think it's 2. Hatman into center, tracking it back, but it's going to stay in the park. And clutch pitching performances from both sides. Both teams leave runners stranded at second and third with 1 out. And we'll head to the home half of the 6th.
Puppet, where'd you get that? Because that'd be really good to know where you got that from. Yeah, no, and Elder saying bummer, like, it is tough. Oh, it's in lore, interestingly enough.
A 3rd straight strikeout for the Unicorns. Sebastian Angelo goes down. Trevor Belmont on one right now. Yeah, Jackson Moore, the 4th, had one in season 5. Oh, that's a fitness. Uh-oh.
What happened? What happened?
Hugh George with a pulled hammy.
Oh.
That could be big.
The All-Star goes down.
The catcher, number 10.
Let's see, that is...
I think that's tier 3. And Odor boots one, and the runner is safe. And that's going to bring up the dangerous part in the Cyclones lineup. The back-to-back 99 players. Doug Kelly are up now, 0 for 2.
It is a tier 2 injury. So gone for 2 games. And I'm gonna go ahead and post that, because if the Cyclones win this out here and we play again tonight, I need to know.
And Doug Kelly will walk. The bases are loaded for Jet County. 2 out. Belmont still locked in. 1-1 the count. A huge pressure situation here for both teams. Cyclones looking to push their lead. Unicorns looking to keep the deficit at 1. 3-1 the count. Strike 2 call, the full count. Runners will be going, swing and fouled off. We'll do it again. Down the third base line, flip-flop up with it. The throw will be in time, and the side is retired. The Unicorns get out of another jam. It remains 3-2 going into the top of the 7th. 2 straight jams gotten out of. by Belmont, and it keeps it a 1-run game. And there goes Hugh George, Juan Minnie, and Doug Kelly shift positions. Kelly is now in left. And Jose Odor into right center. That one is gone! Jose Odor ties the game at 3 with a 460-foot shot into right center.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 4.
And boy, howdy, are the Cyclones kicking themselves for the past 2 innings.
I mean, we thought this was going to happen, right? The Cyclones need to pull away if they really wanted to have a chance here towards the end of the game. And the bullpen is just against the really impressive quality that the Unicorns bring to the table. You need more.
Is Dean here? Yes, Dean is here. Didn't Debbie Sawyer have a cycle too? And this one into right, tracking back is O'Brien, and he makes the catch for number 2. I honestly thought that one was a bit deeper.
That looked even more promising than that long out the Cyclones had in deep center.
Oh, yeah. One and 2, the count to flip-flop. Takes
Johnson
ball
needs
2.
to get out here.
The count is full. And she pops it up into foul territory. This should end the inning. And Jet County will make the catch for round number 3. Unicorns tie things up at 3 as we go into the bottom of the 7th. 6, 7, 8 do it for the Cyclones.
Now batting, the right.
If you're the Cyclones, you want to respond now. Well, there is. You don't say, Moobot.
First pitch swinging. O'Brien pops it out to Moonshaw for round number 1. Yeah, you really need to strike back, and you need to get Belmont out of this game. He's locked in and has gotten his team out of 2 jams.
I mean, especially at the rate that he's going right now, he could easily finish the game unless you get some knocks on him. Part of the reason why SBRP is going away next season.
2-2 count here to Lames. Count is full. And he takes ball 4. A good take from Lames, and he will take first.
I'll tell you, that was more likely a ball than a strike, but given these umps, you never know when it's that low.
A mistimed jump by Hatman, and that one's going to get by him, and that's going to put 2 aboard for the Cyclones. That one kind of ate up Hatman. He mistimed the jump, and Angelo will get pulled in favor of Caleb Halford. Surprising, we usually see Daydream Fever take these pinch hit opportunities. But they're going with the more power, and he grounds it to Hatman. Hatman goes to Odor, and Odor goes to Belmont for the Dragon Special, and the Unicorns get off another jam.
I don't know why the AI keeps on going back to Halford. He's got no speed. If you're subbing him in, you're going to have to go yard.
And in comes Noria Rue to try and close this one out, or at least take us to the very end.
All right, Papa, we'll make sure every single game has a cycle watch.
I think Ding Dong might have had one, but was taken away through video review or something. I remember.
Ooh.
It was
back when the scoring was done by hand.
Yeah.
Well, here's the cycle watch gal herself.
I have. Oh, and she hits that one up the middle. That's not going to be a triple. That's going to put 2 aboard here in the top of the 8th. Unicorns with the go-ahead run in scoring position for Moo Shah. I have definitely taken some liberty in adjusting some hits that, you know, the game calls doubles, but it's clearly like a single and they advance on a throw. I've called some of those singles. Scorer's discretion. 3-1 count here to Moo Shah, and she pops it up, trending into foul territory down the third baseline. It's Jet County who makes the catch for out number 1. A big first out. Here's Haggy Porterhouse, 0 for 3 today. Let's see what kind of...
Yeah, Papa, that's what's made doing stats take so long right now. It's in the stat sheets. You can see all the extra base hits.
Aggie Porterhouse down 0-2. Porterhouse with a .230 batting average this year.
Gotta get Porterhouse. Gotta get Hatton.
And he hits one through the right side of the infield. Runner's going to head for third, but stay put. The bases are loaded for the Unicorns, and here's Alex Hatman.
Number 26.
Well, that's just such a large part of the progression, though, is those extra base hits for hitters.
That one's just going to be foul. I don't know if he could have turned two anyway.
Definitely have a chance with the runner at first, but given Hatman's speed, it's gotta be a quickly turned one.
Full count, nowhere to put Hatman. The payoff pitch is nowhere close. He's going to get by Diligence, and a run will come home to score, and the Unicorns have their first lead of the game.
And I gotta be honest, I don't know where the Cyclones can get back. Like, if they can get out of this only giving up one run, you know, maybe, but they have a long hill to climb now.
And Odor will walk, and another run comes in for the Unicorns. And this is what Nori Aru, as your long reliever, will do. And that one's over the head of Timberwoods, and it's time to say goodnight to the Cyclones. The bases will be cleared. The Unicorns now lead 8-3. And the fat lady is warming up.
I just texted in the channel. just never mind. Aru's season 5, isn't he?
Yes. Aru is season 5. He was taken.
He was taken in the first round.
Yeah, he was taken in the first round. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is the Unicorn side that we were expecting. And you have to think, especially as one's going to come home, and that's easily going to score there. You have to think that this score could be even wider open if the Unicorns had taken advantage early on. No, I'm pretty sure he was just straight up selected.
Yeah, he picked Aru.
You gotta realize that the stats that he has right now are really reflective of the stats that he had when he was drafted. Like, he was definitely like a top 7 pitcher. Obviously, just not a lot of time spent on honing into accuracy. And I'm pretty sure Aru's been in the majors.
Yeah, he's been in the majors ever since. A 6th run 8 finally comes to a close, and as Fizek mentioned before, the Cyclones have made a mountain out of a molehill and have their work cut out from them here with only 6 outs to work with, now trailing by 6 runs.
Actually, was it auto? I mean,
no, it was not auto. I 100% remember it wasn't auto. Because I was thinking, because I remember this, I remember thinking he was probably going to take Danny California there. And I was thinking that would be a reach because her accuracy coming into the league was only like 40 or so. She was a very similar player to Aru. Her accuracy was about 20 or 30 points better, but I was thinking even that would be a reach. And he took Aru.
Hummus, I mean, I understand the sentiment, but like, I think the thing we have to understand is like the scarcity of camps. Like, you only get +1 Aru season 5, 2, you only get 40 points if you spend it all on youngsters. Only 20 points if you spend it on oldsters, which some managers have elected to do in the past. You only have 40 points to spend in a given season, so you can't really take on too many works in progress. And in fact, I would argue it's better to just use those camps on your star players in the minors and then have them get really good into the majors.
It would have been,
take it up with Josh Elder.
It would have been interesting to see someone else like Rachel Kim come in here, or even someone else better like Helix Fernandez is right now the 4th starting pitcher, so we never would have seen him. So hiding someone like Iggy Luncaster there instead, you know, having someone just maybe a little bit more reliable than Aru in this situation as Musha puts this one into left, and that one is gone, and the Unicorns are the first team to double digits here in the Season 7 postseason.
We are 6 runs away from having the same amount of total runs we had yesterday.
Now batting, the second baseman,
Whoops, what's going on?
number 12.
So the Unicorns are inevitable.
Fine, I'll do it myself. Yeah, the Unicorns could easily have 15, 16 runs right now. But to the Cyclones' point, they could also have easily like 8 or 9 runs.
Yeah,
right
they
now.
really could.
Now batting, the first baseman,
Like this score is pretty deceiving because obviously the Unicorns have blown it open. But I mean, this game looks very different if the Cyclones are able to execute earlier on.
Popped up foul territory in Jet County. Will catch it for out number 3, and the Cyclones need 7 to continue their season.
So it looks like Breezy Bree will not be able to get that cycle unless the Cyclones put up 7 runs here. Honestly, I would put it more on their bullpen more than the offense. Like yes, the offense didn't do any help, but
now batting,
and it looks like after this, the hopes of a 6th seed winning it all will rest upon the Knights.
Excuse me. Yeah, it was just a combination of the offense had took their opportunities early, you know, got up to the 1-0 lead, got it to 3-1, but then, you know, Trevor Belmont came in and really shut him down. Like, he did give up some hits and, you know, got into a couple jams, but got out of them. And that's just the Cyclones, you know, they can, but they don't always do.
And you know, to the Unicorns' credit, like yes, they should have scored many more runs earlier in this game, but it's part of the reason why they have 10 runs now. They were able to really get to Sims early on, really efficiently get into Sims. And I mean, given the quality that this Unicorns lineup has, it's going to get to you eventually.
We'll also play a bit of a what-if game. What if Jabron Lane, Hugh George III actually dove for that ball, ended that inning?
Yeah, that
You know?
honestly, that was a huge turning point. Like, even if he doesn't make it there.
And the Unicorns will have themselves a date in the epic semifinals against the Ball Players as they sweep the Cyclones.
I've got the sheet.
Okay,
If
perfect.
you wanna.
10-3. 10 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. 3 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Cyclones. 4 for 5, Breezy Bree. She's probably your MVP. Had a home run. A solo shot. Moose Shaw as well. Jose Odor with a home run. Hugh George the third before he got hurt. 3 for 4 on the day. And they eventually lost him. And that was a third of their offense. He had 3 of the Cyclones' 9 hits. Jet County with 2 and Fat Hugh with a pair as well. Renault, not her best outing, but Belmont picked up the slack in a huge way. Went through 4 2/3, didn't give up another run. And Hickman closing it out in the end. Sims and McDonaldson doing all right, but then O'Rue giving up 6 in an inning and 2/3, ending the hopes of the Cyclones here in Season 7. Breezy Bree, followed by Odor and Woody Walker are your MVPs as the Cyclones move into the second round. We'll see if the Knights can complete their upset of the Gauchos here in game number 2.
And real quick, want to give a shout out to the doctor for, you know, another season. Like the Cyclones are always an enigma to watch, but I mean, they've made postseason 3 out of the 4 seasons that they've been in existence, you know, making it, you know, kind of hedging off a pretty spicy Serpents team towards the end there. to ensure that they could make it in. And unfortunately, they encountered the immovable object known as the Unicorns, and honestly had a chance to take it to 3 games because they could have very easily had gotten that first game yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they could have had that first game yesterday. Really could have at least had a bit of more of a fight in this game, you know, not had an absolutely massive hill to climb there late. Steve Stevens, and I'm pretty sure I fixed this before we started, but I just want to take a quick peek, make sure everything's Ghidorah, Biscuit, Hex, Banger, Bolin, Billups, Walker, Thunder, Sheeta, and Dion, Stevens on the mound. Perfect. And then the number 2 for the Knights is good old Miles Hurley. And we are off into game number 2. Knights with the series lead, winning the game last night 4-1. Bit of surprise, hanging 4 earned on Cade 6. One of the better pitchers during the regular season. So let's say Unicorns win 2-0. And we're underway here. 1-1 count here to Miranda Biscuit. She pops this one up into right. Rock back is there. Or Ding Dong, excuse me. I always get those two backwards. But he makes the catch for out number 1.
And Hurley needs to go long here because as shoddy as the Cyclones bullpen is, the Knights bullpen is probably the worst bullpen in the postseason.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Like, honestly, the Knights bullpen is not too far removed from wrongfielders level, if we're being frankly honest.
Marge has 50K points.
What? Oh, I thought he bet 50K on the Gauchos. I have 61,500.
I'm not gonna have enough to get the full plus 40 this season.
And that one's down the line. That's fair. Runner's going to round third, head from home. Ding Dong's not even going to make the throw. And the Gauchos take an early lead.
Huge for the Gauchos who respond from yesterday.
Runner's going. Hit and run was attempted, but Vinny Bates spikes it.
I would like to amend my Achilles heel for the Knights because as bad as the bullpen is, I mean, can we just talk about the sorry state that is Vinny Bates?
Yeah, Vinny Bates has not a great swan song to his career. Rock back with a diving stop. Can he get the throw in time? He cannot. And another run will come home to score. Gauchos 2-0 here early.
To be honest, I feel like the Gauchos are really setting the standard here. And
that's going to be another run.
Go.
Gauchos not messing around like they did last night. Getting on top of Hurley here early.
Early on Miles Hurley.
Almost batted through the lineup. That one's to Weiss. He gets it to first in time for out number 3, but the Gauchos put up 3 as we go to the bottom of the first inning.
Man, I'll tell you what, Levi Booth starting at the top of a lineup, it really is reminiscent to me of some of the more dominant Knights hitting teams of the past.
This one into center, but it's gonna die at the warning track for out number 1.
Like, if there's one thing that we've always thought about with the Knights, it's just it's always like the Knights have been able to score runs like nothing.
Oh yeah.
And looks like they're gonna need it if they want to sweep this series here.
Marge mentioned in the chat, Knights can score easily, so don't get too excited. And I definitely agree. The Knights offense is potent, so we can't get too ahead of ourselves. Let's see. Steve Stevens on the season as he strikes out Duke Town for round number 2. A 2.16 ERA with a 1.2 whip. Only 6 earned runs through 25 innings. 22 strikeouts to 16 walks. A pretty solid season for him. That one's to second. Yoshida with a nice reach and gets it to first in time for round number 3. A 1-2-3 inning for Stevens and the Gauchos. And we go top 2. 9-1-2 do it for them here.
How many pitches is Hurley at right now? 23 as well.
And tense. I'll eat up your stamina even quicker as well.
Ball, that's inside.
Ooh, we can change the schedule so the Unicorns will be facing ball players.
Now batting, the left fielder.
Unicorns ball players will be the last game of week 2, day 1.
Okay.
Now batting, the third baseman, number 2.
One on, one out here for Athena Hex. She takes a curveball for strike 1.
Ball, that's up.
Lays off that one, makes it a 1-1 count. Athena Hex grounds out one to first. Leathers goes to rock back to first for the Dragons special. A 3-6-3 double play, and we're to the bottom of the second.
Absolutely huge there for the Knights.
And also for Hurley. Saves him a good amount of pitches.
I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter what Hurley does if Stevens keeps on doing what he did at least in the bottom of the last inning.
And he starts things off with a strikeout of Kenya Weist.
And now going into locked in.
Already locked in, only facing 4 batters. Crazy fast to chop it to third. Hex up with it. Gets the throw in the nick of time for round number 2, just in front of the speedy back. Or the speedy ding dong, I should say.
Be done.
No, inside.
Yeah, my favorite part of the game is the glitching uniforms. Real attention to detail.
That was the worst I'd ever seen it in a long time.
It was bad.
It was super bad. I wonder if it has to do with both those teams. I don't know if we actually have it saved in the game as those teams being home team, like their home stadium is that park. And I wonder if that freaks the game out somehow, but I don't know if we have that saved in there.
I mean, I don't necessarily think you're off.
Now batting, the right fielder, number 40.
That's a hard hit ball up the middle. That's going to be a 1-out single. Does pressure affect rating for neutral players?
The shortstop.
I don't
Yeah, back.
think so. I remember seeing it in like the game advice things in between games or whatever that like pressure affects batting power more, as that one will be 4-6-3. Another Dragon special. Knights defense ending the last 2 innings via the the double play, and getting their offense back up to bat, but have not been able to find any success against Stevens here so far. 3 strikeouts and locked in.
Outside.
2-2 count here to Andy Gibbon. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Stevens.
Now batting, the shortstop, number 30.
He's up to 4 now.
Ball inside.
He's faced 7 batters, struck out 4 of them. Popped up foul territory. Athena Hex makes her way over, and that will stay in play, and she makes a catch round number 2. And here is Vinny Bates and the story of the no good, very bad, terrible season. A 116 batting average this year, 5 for 43, 2 home runs, 8 RBIs, did walk 11 times. And that's a dribbler down the third base line. Hex up with it, but the throw is not going to be in time. And that's how the cookie crumbles. The perfect game is gone with a blooper that doesn't even get to the bag.
Speaking of crumbles, I just got my brownie.
Delicious.
It's warm. I got some eggnog.
Eggnog. Power play. Popped up, but that will be in the stands. And that's going to be a walk.
Wow.
So losing the
Again.
perfect game, he gives up the hit and then the walk. And that brings up Duke Town, 1 swing baseball now.
Fall apart like 6 after 1 hit is what Mark says.
Fouled off by Town. And the count is full. Runners going. This one is popped up. Should be playable here. And Yoshida will make the catch for out number 3. So the Knights finally get on the bases, but can't bring anyone across. It remains 3-0 as we head into the top of the 4th. Noah Walker to lead things off. He puts this one into left. Oh, Duke Town doesn't time it right. It gets by him and roll all the way to the wall. And Noah Walker will take second off of that. Turns a single into a double.
Number 15.
Is it just me, or does it feel like there are 2 different teams here for the Knights? You've got pretty much all of the positional players, plus the starting pitching, plus Vinny Bates, plus Duke Town, plus the bullpen. Like, there are 2 very different Knights teams here.
You have 2 teams pulling at the opposite ends of the same string. Oh my God. One of my pennants just fell off my wall. What in the world?
Bring him up there.
Yeah, he did. On an outside pitch, too. 1 away. Still 2 aboard here for Neon Dion. Early bouncing back a bit after that first inning. No longer tense. Up to 52 pitches, though. One's foul. A 2-2 count here to Neon Dion. That one runs inside. The count is full. Ooh, another one called inside, and Dion will walk, and that will load the bases for the leadoff hitter, Miranda Biscuit. I'm surprised you didn't call me out last night with the stat sheet, me calling her M-A-R-A Biscuit.
You know, at a certain point, I just figure the typos are a part of life with you.
But she connects with one up the middle. She'll bring home a run, push the lead 4-0 for the boys and girls in blue.
And this isn't easy to get out of as well. You've got plenty of speed at first and second.
And Hex is fastest too.
Yeah.
Okay, she's fast as Hex.
You're done. You're done.
Hex staying alive with a 2-2 count.
Strikeout would do a whole lot here.
Oh, but she hits one into deep right center. Tracking back. That one is gone. Athena Hex with a grand slam into right center. And it's 8-0 Gauchos.
Oh, we will have probably 5 games tonight.
Athena Hex absolutely blasting that one. Where have I seen a big grand slam in Swagger Center against the Knights before?
Okay, I'm going to jar you for that. Can we all collectively jar? Can we get a
Athena
collective
Hex
jar?
with her 2nd home run of the season, and that one's going to get by Levi Booth. And he's digging for 2. He's got himself a 2-out single.
The shortstop, number 9.
And here's Sophia Billups. Miles Hurley now rattled. And that one's going to get down. Billups with a single. Runners rounding third, headed for home. And it'll be 9-0. Holy cow, the away teams combining in the first 2 games to score as many runs as we did all day yesterday.
It is a tale of 2 days, and we are seeing really, honestly, we're seeing the teams separate right now in terms of the hitting staff and the pitching staff both.
And this will do it for the top of the 4th, but the Gauchos breaking the door down here with 6 runs in the 4th inning. Makes it 9-0 heading into the home half.
Oh my gosh, this brownie is so good, and it's still warm.
Okay, edge piece or not edge piece?
Fun fact, use a circular tin, so I have increasingly more edge pieces.
Oh, so you have like a brownie cake almost.
No, want to know why I did that?
Because you didn't have a square pan?
You're absolutely on the money. Absolutely on the money.
As someone who has just moved into a new place, I definitely know your pain. It's like, I could do this. Like, I bought boxes of like pasta salad. Like, I like pasta salad. I could cook this. I don't have like a deep pan to like boil noodles. Flared out into right. Colin will make the catch for out number 2.
Yeah, those are a pain to clean, though. If you clean them by hand, at least.
And a helpful bounce in fair territory. Athena Heck scoops it up and gets it in first in time. A 1-2-3 inning. And we'll head to the top of the 5th.
Oops, all edges.
Here's Theo Thunder coming in for the injured Samir Tailwind. Having a decent day so far. A single and a walk.
I was going to ask why Theo Thunder was in, and then I forgot that Tailwind was injured.
But he lines out into right there. Grounded to short, back up with it in time for round number 2. Bojo boost for Hurley. He'll just be tense now, no longer rattled.
Just in time for him to get pulled.
Yeah. 10 hits, 9 earned runs, 4 walks. Not great. But strikes out Dion there to end the inning. We'll go bottom 5. Knights not any worse off than they were. An inning to go, still 9-0. Only 1 hit so far tonight on a jam shot by Vinny Bates that just rolled down the third base line and managed to stay fair. Shaz Leathers into right center. Tracking that one is Dion. He makes the leap. What in the world? I have never seen that before. It's off the top of the wall and rolls up the wall here in center field in Shaka. And I'm sorry, Swagger Center. I have never seen that before. That is unbelievable. And Shaz Leathers has himself a triple here in Swagger. Dolan Colin.
And then wait, are they going to tag him up?
Holy cow, what a play by Colin in right. Tag it, just clip it, clip everything.
I got it. That was the most chaotic string of events.
A leadoff triple turns to naught thanks to the amazing arm of a Dolan Colin in right field and maybe some bad base running by Shaz Leathers. A bomber special brings up Vinny Bates now. That was crazy. Well, I saw how far down the runner was going down third to home. I was like, uh-oh.
And I was gonna say as well that anybody else that's faster, that's an inside the park home run.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Shaz Leathers is decently fast though, but he's not like 99. I want to say he's probably like 70, maybe 80, because he is older, so he's probably not quite as fast as he once was. But madness as we head to the top of the 6th. Still the same score somehow.
Ball outside.
And Miranda Biscuit into right. That one's flirting with the wall. It's off the top of the wall, and she'll have herself a leadoff double.
That was
The third baseman.
ridiculous.
Nope,
I'm posting that to the Twitter.
no, high.
Looks like Hurley will finally face his final batter as he is all in the red now. Maybe the final start we'll ever see from Hurley. He's an old soul in the league, and that brings in another old soul, Russell Stone. Far from the man he used to be. He was the kingpin and what led the Knights to that Season 2 championship. Russell Stone was an absolute wild man for the Knights there. He was the ace of that squad and got them
That's outside.
that Super Series championship.
Strike.
Russell Stone and Aldo Ship.
No, that's high. Ball four.
There's the hero Colin. He will walk to load the bases here for Sophia Billups. RBI single for her tonight. And she'll treat it the same again. She'll try to get 2 here as the runner's going to round third, head for home, and the Gauchos break out the double digits.
The catcher, number 24.
My how this has changed. A very different vibe today.
Completely and totally. Oh,
He's out.
they get the out anyway.
Now batting, the designated
Theo
hitter,
Thunder up.
number 15.
That ball was so crazy. It nearly rolled all the way up and then just get doubled up.
Yeah, to get
the
doubled
next
up the next batter.
No, that's inside.
Does that clip have the hit and then the double up?
Yeah.
Madness.
That's ball four. Now batting, the second baseman.
Well, this game is the least competitive we've seen so far here in the playoffs of Season 7. The Cyclones at least made it an interesting game for the first half, or maybe even 2/3. But the Gauchos just taking no prisoners here in Swagger Center
No, inside.
as they're up to a full dozen on the Knights.
Take your base. Now batting, the center fielder, number 5.
And you know what? This is what, well, actually the reverse is true. Because it was, the Knights were the higher seed against the Lumberjacks last year. And the Lumberjacks won the first game against the Knights, threatening them to the brink of elimination. But then the Knights won back-to-back games to eventually go on to play in the Super Series. And Stone will strike out the batter there in the inning, but 12-0 as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
I'll tell you what happened there is the ump is real feeling bad for the Knights. So he tried to make them feel as good as possible.
Give him something to smile about.
This is what the Knights get for not letting the Lumberjacks have chaos last season. Although I do want to thank them because that did make my Lumberjacks pick a lot better.
Into left. Biscuit is there, out number 1.
Yeah, I agree, Aggie, but also, like, if you're the runner at third, why are you running? Like,
Well, I mean-
there's absolutely, with nobody out, there's absolutely no reason to be on the run there.
It had Bomber Special written all over it, in their defense. I mean,
Still,
just an amazing
if it
play
is,
by Cole.
Play halfway. Play halfway at that.
Yeah, they were definitely like more than halfway. They were practically home, I think, when the ball was caught.
Nope, inside. That's inside.
Never seen a hit like that, though. And I think it can only happen here at Swagger because I feel like anywhere else that would be considered a home run. Like
Yeah.
that line and everything above would be considered a home run.
I'm surprised after a while of it rolling around because I felt like it almost got stuck like on the lip of the wall, that the game didn't just declare it like a ground rule double.
Oh my! Oh, that triggers me because that makes me think back to the Rays Red Sox series.
Here we are, top of the 7th. Gauchos looking to put the cherry on top of the sundae.
I'll tell you what, the Gauchos and the Unicorns today have definitely looked like 3 seeds.
Yeah, I will
And
agree
it
with
looks like
that.
they've definitely been playing 6 seeds.
Quick 2 outs here. Brutus Banger up. Probably one of the few Gauchos who doesn't have a hit on the day. 0 for 3.
And yet it's still gotten on base.
Yeah, still have gotten on base. Looks like he will again here with a 3-0 count. And he will. Second walk drawn of the day.
Russell Stone makes the wrong fielder's bullpen look like the Unicorns.
And in comes Noel Newman. Grounded it back, and he'll get it to first in time for out number 3. It will go bottom 7. Still 12-0 here. Weiss Ding Dong and Shaz Leathers up.
Yeah, and I feel like, listen, it would be crazy. The Knights could do something here, but I think, you know, the same keys kind of hold for an eventual game 3. That one's going to be, oh, wow, good bounce. A double there. The same keys kind of hold for the Knights. If they want a shot at getting out of this round into the divisional, they're going to have their starter go longer.
Oh, yeah.
This listen, like this game was over before Hurley got pulled, but this bullpen is certainly doing no favors.
Into center, and the Knights are on the board. First time I'm playing the home run music tonight. And do note that is Poodle Starfire giving up the home run. The Gauchos
First at bat.
The Gauchos bullpen just kind of maligned this year. They've blown a lot of late leads. Can't hold on to them. Poodle Starfire, Jebediah Octagon having some growing pains. I mean, they're rookies. They'll age and kind of get a bit more polish on them, but have struggled a bit. Poodle Starfire, a 6.56 ERA this year, a 2.26 WHIP, 9 earned through 12 1/3, 12 walks to 4 strikeouts. That's the 5th home run she has given up this season. I'm sorry, a
656 runs given up per 9. Yeah, it's been a really bad year for Poodle Starfire. I mean, gave up that home run to Dong and then back-to-back walks here.
Wonder, like, how many earned runs you'd have to give up to have a 656 ERA.
Oh, we can do the math on that.
I guess that would just be pretty linear.
I can tell you. If they pitch 9 innings, they will have given up 656 runs in those 9 innings.
Oh, banger, but actually it's going to turn out to be okay. They don't turn 2. They get 1. Put runners at the corners.
They were going to get at least 1 out there, because even if the runner was definitely going to get there at a second, they would have just stepped on the bag at first. 5,904 earned runs in 1 inning. That would give the Knights the lead here. That is greater than 12. Oh, that was... To be fair to Poodle Starfire, not getting the best calls right now.
And Starfire leaves as quickly as she came in. Here's Jake Carter
Gauchos
Carter,
having no business.
Carter honestly worse on the season, a 9.29 ERA and a 2.26 WHIP, but he does get the final out of the inning, makes it a 12-2 ball game. 18 earned runs through 16 and a third, 12 walks, 9 strikeouts.
Number 9. That's low.
Yeah, he was pretty decent last night.
Honestly, Carter is worse than Noel Newman this year. Newman only a 9.64 ERA.
Oh man, I'm sure the trade requests are through the roof.
I mean, she does have a ring.
Is anyone starting a retirement home team? That's the team that that's some
We
unknown,
have
that's some unknown public and not public entity, unknown corporation could shepherd is the is the retirement home.
you know, that would almost,
Instead of the walkers, it's literally just the walkers, but it's just like a cane.
you know, it would be really funny to think of for future seasons with like anyone we have remaining in a draft pool, like for free agent games, have a free agent team play the SSBL retirement home. And you have the animated corpse of Judd French and Tina Tygo and
It would
Pablo
be pretty evenly
Sanchez.
matched because depending on when those guys retire, if they retire early enough, then they'll have some stats left.
I think that
Of
might be
course,
really funny.
Yeah, I mean, the retirement home. It's like the senior game.
No, inside.
Let's see if the Gauchos can get those 2 runs back.
All right, Puppet, if you want to waste a roster spot just to do that, just to spite the one man that got you to the Super Series, Kerwin Karp took that Retrievers team, put him on his back.
Didn't that
On
man
route
throw
to
out like a couple of dozen people on the base paths? Like, that man was catching people stealing like it was nobody's business.
Kerwin Karp will go down as the best, like, in terms of most improved. I don't know if there's anybody that can have a more improved season than Kerwin Karp did. Kerwin Karp went to splitting time with Jet Me to being an all-star. Let that sink in.
Now batting. The second
Respects the Karp.
number 21. Ball, that's outside.
Kerwin Karp did not deserve to die like this.
Ball inside.
I feel like at a certain point, Puppet just wants to do it out of spite.
Yes,
It's just,
yes.
Like, why are you biting the hand that feeds you?
Third baseman, number.
That's the reason.
Yeah, I
why
mean, I gave you a Super Series appearance. Like, come on, man.
Ball, that's inside.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Ball, that's low. Ball outside.
I feel like between benching Kerwin Karp and then purposely tanking the postseason play-in game last season, the Retrievers have really lost a lot of goodwill.
The right fielder.
Like people feel good for the Gauchos because, you know, especially when you look at the Gauchos in season 5 specifically, like you think about like Tutti Frutti and like how really not much changed for the team, just the RNG just didn't flow their way, and so the Gauchos are like a feel good kind of story, you know. The Retrievers, that's why Puppet goes so hard when people first get into the league. It's all in good fun, Puppet.
He's out.
It's like how people don't like the Serpents because they're super, super good.
Yeah, I had that.
Honestly, Serpents, Astros of the SSBL.
Okay.
Am I wrong? You're telling me that I'm wrong?
No, I'll buy that. Especially
Dean
with just,
says no. Dean says no, please.
I mean, yeah, it's weird. Like a season without the Serpents in the playoffs, the first time ever. I mean, it's weird, you know. The first time.
Granted, we do have to note that they did make the postseason one time as a 6-8 team.
True.
So
true.
like,
But
But
and
still, even regardless of that, making it 5 out of the 6 seasons that you were in.
just the second time in SSBL history since both teams have existed, the Bombers and the Serpents won't play each other in the postseason. It's happened season 2, season 3, season 4, and season 6.
Are Bomber Serpents in a division together next year?
Yes.
Oh my god.
High Rollers, Bombers,
Will you and Dean be on speaking terms after
Serpents.
next season?
And one of the new teams.
Listen, Josh, I don't know if you're here, Josh, but I don't know if adding more Bomber Serpents game is helpful for the long term, is conducive to the long term health of this league. Like we want Dean and Whitney to still be able to talk to each other.
What did you say we, like, at the end of the regular season, we both had finished like 125 games?
Yeah, you both had 125 games, and you both had 69 and 56 records.
And 20 of those games are against one another. Like our head-to-head matchups.
I'd say the Bombers are the Dodgers. They've got some people that don't like them. I'd say the Yankees. It's not fair. It's not too far off to say the Yankees are more hated than the Dodgers, right? I mean, I'm an AL East guy, but I feel like the Dodgers. The Dodgers are disliked, but not to the same severity as a Yankees team is. You know.
I mean, I don't dislike the. I mean, I don't really like any baseball team. I mean, I guess the only team I really dislike is Houston for cheating, and then Boston. I just hate just about every team from New England, like Boston.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Like even Pittsburgh. I hate Pittsburgh. Patriots. Just anything from New England, just go away.
Ah, yes, my favorite part of New England, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Well, I mean, I hate the Steelers because I'm a Ravens fan, so I just extend.
Y'all, man, I hear New England is great this time of year. Go to a Pirates game.
And game 2 comes to a close as the Gauchos run away with the game here, force a game 3, 12-2, not really in doubt at all. First postseason win for the Gauchos. Congratulations, Marge. They finally notch a win on the belt.
Really?
Yeah, because I guess they got swept by the Walkers in 4.
Yeah, so that means the only remaining teams that haven't gotten a win
Overdrafts and
are
Stingers.
Overdrafts and Stingers, yeah. It's confusing because I added in the new expansion teams.
Great day for batters of the Gauchos. 3 hits for Biscuit, Colin, Walker. Only Dion and Banger couldn't connect. 11 walks drawn by the Gauchos. Only 6 hits for the Knights, 2 of them by Weist. A home run by Ding Dong. That's about all she wrote. Stevens with an excellent performance, 1 earned through 6. Starfire 1 earned through 2 2/3. Carter taking us the rest of the way pretty cleanly. Hurley with 10 earned through 5.
I love how we're dishing on the bullpen, and the bullpen literally gave up 1 earned run.
1 earned through 4 innings. Athena Hex with Colin with that amazing double play in right field. That was fantastic. And Steve Stevens, our unit VP. So one team has forced a game 3. We'll see if the Stingers can do the same in a very similar fashion, winning their first ever playoff game in the SSBL and forcing a game number 3.
Can I just say, I really regret making the Dragons-Vikings game the last game of the night here.
Well, technically, it's not the last game of the night, maybe, if...
Well, if both of these games, if the Stingers win this one and the Dragons win the next one, then we won't play tonight. And it would be the last game.
Stingers High Rollers. Let's hope for a bit better game, and we go to the ever so lovely Red Rock. Let's just play it. It's nighttime. And we have Peach Dropkin for the High Rollers. And I believe it's Angela Del Vecchio for the Stingers. Yep. Sure, it's this. Salsa, Texas, Kennedy, Moore, Highgrass, Garcia, Pixel. I'll even double check the High Rollers just for this. Coleman, Woolley, Range, Faux, Ollie, Beltran, Turnpike, Evans, and Longstop. Perfect. Yep. Still Del Vecchio, and we are good to go here for game number 3. Let's see what the Stingers can do with their backs against the wall. So, let's do this. Oh, that was Vikings.
Not much separates these two teams, to be honest. I mean, really, not much separates these two teams. They both play in Red Rock Park. The Stingers have decided to all wear the same uniform.
We'll see how long that lasts.
It looks like they've all synchronized with the Whites.
And that's going to be a strikeout to start off the game from Del Vecchio. He gets the strikeout before I can flip over in my sheet. Stingers. One thing I did notice, we were talking about the abbreviations a couple of streams ago, and back-to-back strikeouts. Wally Woolley goes down. I did notice that the Sparrows and the Serpents are very similar. Like, they're the same 3 letters, just the R and the P are in different spots.
So those that are dyslexic among our group will not.
And those who like misspell like anything that they see.
No one in League Office misspells anything.
Yeah, who misspells stuff here? Couldn't be me. Okay, Peach Dropkin this year. A pretty good year for her. A 3.85 ERA and a 1.47 WHIP. 9 earned through 21 innings pitched. 10 walks, make it 11 now with 14 strikeouts. Not gonna lie, Sparrows are kind of weak compared to the other 3 new teams coming. They should have stayed a minors team.
Puppet, if that was your Dropkin, and she would still be with the Retrievers.
Do you mean like in a team name wise, or like
I think he means
graphics
like
wise?
I think he means like in terms of branding.
Oh, what are you doing to Salsa? That's a base running blunder. You can't have that in the playoffs.
I think he was expecting his dump truck to distract everyone, but they were quick on it.
2 away now for Jackson Moore the 4th.
They've got a decent one with the Lovebirds. Which do you guys think is? Actually, let's just do a poll. We've got the Express, and they've got the Metros.
Full count here for Jackson Moore. The payoff pitch. Strike 3 call! Dropkin rings him up. And the first inning comes to a close. We go top of the second. It's Foali and Carlita Beltran due up. You know what? I just had a brief thought of hindsight. Well, I guess the trade...
Oh!
Flirting with the pole. Oh, just misses it by a hair. It's a bit too late to do anything about it now, but I honestly don't know if Beltran had enough majors time. Was she in? Was Beltran in your minor? Or was on the majors team for 3 weeks? I mean, we kind of. I wouldn't. We can't retroactively change that. I mean. That's our mistake, and we're not going to punish you for that, but that's something I just now thought of. I
Who
don't
is
know.
she on for the?
She was traded from the Serpents, and she was on their minors team. I mean, she was traded at the deadline along with a bunch of other people, and I mean, okay,
Oh, yeah,
so
Dean
so
said, yeah.
combined, then okay, that's fine.
Well, it's like how as soon as major champs got 10 weeks of time, immediately down to the minors. Just immediately down to the minors.
I'm definitely biased for the Mythic because they're, well, I mean, I guess I can't leave y'all hanging. They're the colors of the Mariners. I think he's released the logos, hasn't he?
The logos were in the
Oh, they're in the team
in the
pack?
video.
Oh, in the
And
video. Right, okay.
And then as well as if you look on the SSBL history, you can see the colors.
But and the I think the away jersey is the Mariners teal, which is our best uniform. Like, I won't hear any arguments about that. And it's perfect. It's chef's kiss. As Dank Highgrass slaps one into right with the leadoff single.
Now batting, the catcher, number 3.
Here's Penelope Garcia. Mariners teal is the best teal, don't it? And I know you're a Mariners fan, but like, we need like the handshake meme thing.
I forget where everyone is from constantly.
Well, I'm from Oklahoma, so it doesn't make any sense. Like, that
course
wouldn't
you think
that wouldn't help.
Of course you think that running. We still have to figure out who's going which division.
Yeah, I guess that's something Josh will do, or we look, or they'll, I don't know, maybe just even coin flip it or wheel it.
Oh, imagine if, oh my gosh, imagine if for their expansion draft, at any point in their draft, they can choose which division they're a part of.
Oh,
But that's
that
their
is
pick.
spicy. That's
their pick.
I honestly kind of like that idea, to be completely honest with you. That is really kind of cool.
Oh man.
You need to put that in the league office channel now, because that's really kind of cool.
I don't know if Josh is in, but I'll post it.
Yeah, it makes me sad, don't it? Because Kyle Seager is why I became a Mariners fan, and you know, he's probably done with the organization. It is sad to see him go, but I feel like we got a pretty good future. I mean, we had more wins than the Atlanta Braves, who won the World Series. But the Stingers squandered an opportunity, had runners aboard, but couldn't bring anyone home, and it remains a tie game at 0 as we go to the top of the third. Del Vecchio locked in, following the footsteps of Stevens. 3 strikeouts through 2 innings pitched so far. As the plans are right now, the expansion draft between the 4 new teams is not going to be streamed. That's something that Josh has really been handling, like trying to organize the new team, like the new managers, like to get a date or whatever. I really haven't been following that there's a separate Discord channel for those 4 teams and Josh and the league office to kind of corral all that and whatnot. But I've been more focused on the scoring side of things, so I don't 100% know what the plans are and what's happening there, so I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure if I don't know. And the High Rollers finally have a base runner.
Down low, says it in chat.
Alex Longstop breaks up the perfect game, brings up back to the top of the order Piston Omen. But he pops this one up into center. Squash Pixel and Dallas, Texas converge, but it'll be Texas making the catch for out number 3, and we'll go bottom third. Top of the order, do it for the Stingers here. Both
Well, the
teams
thing
with only
the
one
theme
hit
march
so
is
far.
that the theme march is it can't be on YouTube because it's not taking place on a stream. it's gonna take place over like an entire day. Much more spread out.
Just Salsa with a leadoff walk.
Honestly, kind of similar to how the MLB draft goes. Not like super slow, but just like everyone's gonna be around the same time, and so it could go pretty fast. But it's just more so a focus of making sure that.
And Texas into right, tracking back, and it's gone! Dallas, Texas puts the Stingers on the board with a 2-run shot into right field. And the Stingers taking the early lead here. Did they ever lead in the game last night? I can't remember.
That's a great question.
I was going to say take their first lead in the series, but I
can tell by the way that you were
100%
fumbling
certain.
there that there were multiple thoughts going on, but only one stream of conscious could come out. Such is our burden.
Taxidermied elder. That is awful. Oh my gosh, I love it though. Taxidermied. Oh my word. Hard hit ball, blind ollie, scoops it up to Woolley for 1 to first. Dragons special around the horn, a 5-4-3 double play. Puts 2 away.
You don't kill something when you taxidermy it, though.
Yeah, it is already dead, but
That's-
I'm going to
you
give him the
stuff
benefit.
it.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because that was really funny. I
You
really like that.
stuff it.
Swing and a miss. Highgrass gets rung up there, but the Stingers, with the 2-run shot, courtesy of Dallas, Texas, go up 2-0 as we enter the 4th.
The second baseman, number 3.
Wally Woolley to lead things off here. He fouls that one off. Wally Woolley, despite some injuries on the year, did have himself a pretty good season. 322 as he gets one through the left side of the infield. 10 for 31, 2 home runs, 7 RBIs, 13 walks. Only struck out twice. That's pretty nice. A 6-to-1, a 6.5-to-1 walk to strikeout ratio. And that brings up Max Range. And Max Range up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. That's going to put 2 aboard here for the High Rollers in the top of the 4th. And that will bring up the ever dangerous Becky Foe. Becky Foe finishing in a tied group with 6 home runs just behind the 2 leaders.
Dangerous Becky Foe. I know what you mean, and just one at bat doesn't mean it, but it's just really funny.
I mean, it's my jinx, it's my curse. Like, anything I say, just bam.
As opposed to my curse, which is that things immediately happen afterwards.
That brings up average Joe Blind Ollie. 15 for 40 on the year as he flares one to first. Highgrass with the catch. Highgrass reaching out there. I'm snagging that one before it gets down. Puts 2 away here for Carlita Beltran.
And you play in a division with them, so correct me if I'm wrong. Hold on. Okay.
Bases will be loaded.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like it's sort of been the unconventional players that have sort of led this High Rollers team, unless that's completely off base this season.
Earlier on it was, but I mean, Blind Ollie 3 home runs, Becky Foe 6, long stop with 2.
To be honest, Blind Ollie has kind of left something to be desired in previous seasons, and so he spent that one season, and that's bad for Turnpike striking out.
That is the one thing. Vic Turnpike has definitely had not the greatest of seasons, hitting under 200 and no home runs.
Some young catchers in this matchup. Garcia, of course, who went undrafted in season 6, and Beltran. I gotta say, Zarby might be one of my most favorite created characters that I've ever done, because I did that without him knowing. And it looks a lot like him.
But unfortunately, his stats haven't been great, hitting 203 on the season. 12 for 59. Does have a pair of home runs. Just
And a
drawn
walk
his
there.
6th walk. 13
Mythic
RBIs,
Monstars.
making it count, though, when it matters most.
I'll tell you what, I really love, in terms of the color palettes, like, don't get me wrong, Mythic color palette is good. In terms of the color palettes for the 8 new teams, the 4 majors, 4 minors, the Monstars is really good. I really like the color palette.
I guess I don't remember what the Monstars look like offhand.
It's like a heather gray and orange.
And a 4-6-3 Dragon special in the bottom of the 4th. And we'll go to the 5th, still 2-0. That's a couple of Dragon specials turned by the High Rollers defense.
No, puppet,
them in this
it's
game.
non-copyright Monstars. Space Jam is in no way affiliated.
I keep reading the Monstars as the Moonstars. Well, if the Moonshots win the Super Series this year, they'll have a Moonstar on their jersey.
They kind of turned the tide of a bracket style performance in the Super Sim Classic, getting the win there. Finally, kind of broke a little bit of a curse, even though it's not necessarily an official thing. But this is really, you know, and when we look into the divisional round next week, like it's really the Moonshots need to show up, and I definitely think that they can. Given the quality of teams.
Runner going to throw, not in time. That is the one trade-off you have with with Penelope Garcia versus Nabil Pervez. Garcia, the more offensive-minded catcher, but coming at a cost of a stronger arm on Pervez. And 2 runners aboard once again for the High Rollers. Let's see if second time around they can capitalize. DeVecchio no longer locked in, a couple of walks now. And this was a shot into center field, and that one is going to clear the backdrop. High Rollers take the lead with a 3-run shot from Piston Omen.
Piston, oh man, that baby was smacked.
Absolutely blistered. And to answer your question, Running, yes, the logos and everything are made for the new teams. I'm actually surprised Josh didn't actually show you what they were. You said there was a video. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure.
It's on it's posted in the announcements. The link for when the announcement for the expansion teams was in a YouTube video, and it had the logos.
And this one, another one into center field, and that one is gone. 2 absolutely massive shots into center field for the High Rollers. This one by Wally Woolley, and they lead 4-2.
Are they in the team pack? Let's find out.
I haven't put them in any team pack. And just like that, DeVecchio was having a pretty strong game, but gets pulled here with no outs in the 5th inning, and it's up to Robin Ryan to steer the ship.
I don't know where you got him, Marge. It's funny because a lot of those came from me just being an idiot. Remember Inches? Inches
yep.
was me. Jacked.
Okay, don't Google, don't search for expansion on YouTube. Pro tip.
Well, I mean, you know what's about to happen now. Because I'm about to go to youtube.com. Ooh, there's a This Week in Sports Ball. What's so spicy? I don't see anything that's scary.
I mean, not scary. I mean,
the way you said it made it sound like it was like, don't Google this.
well, I mean, it was okay. Fine, I'll just say it. It was a bunch of breast augmentations. I don't know why, but there you go.
What's going on with What's going on with your searches?
I don't know.
buddy?
I typed in SSBL expansion to try and find the video for running,
Oh.
and then it's just like breast implants. It's like, what? I
Yes,
didn't ask for
okay.
this.
Okay, when you search SSBL expansion, that's what pops up. If you just search expansion, you get like some math videos.
What is does SSBL stand for something?
No one look it up. No one look it up. I mean, these videos don't have a lot of views. It's like a SSBL announcement is what it's entitled.
Ah, I think I found it. Here you go,
it's
running.
SSBL CNN announcement.
There you go, running. Link is in the chat. And Peach Dropkins' day is done, so to the bullpen are both teams. One swing baseball, and here's the home run hitter. He won't hit a home run, but this one will get down into right. That's going to roll all the way to the wall. Runner's headed for third.
Whoa.
Evans finally up with it. The runner's
home.
going to round third, head for home. The throw from range will not be in time, and the Stingers cut the deficit to 1. That was a lot of words all in a row very quickly. I'm actually surprised that I didn't missay any of them. So Dallas, Texas being an integral part of the game. Oh, and the throw is offline. It's going to roll into left, and he is going to score. We got a 4-4 ball game. Carlita Beltran with the throw into the dirt. Blind Dolly couldn't handle it. As he couldn't handle that one, runner's going to reach on infield single. The Stingers have tied things up at 4. Okay, here we go. And that one's going to get through. That's going to be a base hit. Runner's going to take second, so 2 aboard here in the bottom of the 5th. All of this coming off of Tipsy Reynolds. A surprise from her.
You know, I don't know what's worse, these videos that come up, if you watch one of them, the contents of it, or the comments inside of the videos themselves.
But a 3-4-1 Dragon special in the bottom of the 5th. Stingers tied up at 4. But another Dragon special ends the inning abruptly. That's 3 they've grounded into tonight, but have tied things up here going into the top of the 6th.
Oh,
And Turnpike gets
again,
rung up.
Turnpike. He is not having a good day.
Into right, Matthew Kennedy is there. Now 1-2 count here to Alex Longstop. Fouled off. And he gets rung up there. Robin Ryan with a 1-2-3 inning sends us to the bottom of the 6th, still at a 4-4 ball game. That video doesn't show the minors teams. I mean, at this point, I'm sure it's fine. I'll send you a snip. I'm sure we've seen them at some point. They're definitely made. And Tipsy Reynolds can't handle that. And the runner's going to be safe. Tipsy Reynolds falling apart here, coming in for relief of Peach Dropkin, allowing 4 hits in 2/3 of an inning and allowing the game to get tied. And not handling the comebacker. Hit and run is on, but it's fouled off by Czar B. Makes it a 1-1 count. A slow roller through the right side. Woolley ranges over, gets it to first in time. Did I goof up at some point and send out a team pack with everything in it and I wasn't supposed to? That one's to right. And a slow roller runner is going to round third, head from home. The throw from Evans is not going to be in time, and the Stingers have retaken the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I guess it does matter in the form of like that. Those are unofficial teams.
And that one gets away from Beltran, and a runner's going to advance to second. Yomiko Pendragon with the go-ahead RBI, and Squash Pixel down the third base line. That's going to roll into right, and another run's going to score. 6-4 Stingers. The High Rollers are falling apart defensively. What is going on?
Shortstop, number 20.
Little messes up here and there. A hit and run is on, and that's going to work effectively. It was a base hit anyway, so not much changes there, but 2 aboard here for Dallas, Texas. This man's locked in 2 for 3, a home run, a double, 3 RBIs today. Potential cycle watch, I guess we could say. Tipsy Reynolds, tense, 1 inning pitch, 7 hits given up, and 2 earned runs. And a 3-1 count here to Dallas, Texas. That one finds his own. The count is full. Oh, strike 3 called on the outside corner. Texas is retired for the first time. And here's Matthew Kennedy. This game got crazy real fast. Hard hit ball, but right to Turnpike. He gets it to first in time for out number 3. The Stingers do put up 2 more, and the bottom of the 6th take a 6-4 lead going to the top of the 7th, but it's the top of the order do it for the High Rollers. And here is Piston Omen, 1 for 3 today, a 3-run home run. That gave the High Rollers the lead just a few innings ago. And he hits this one up the middle. That's going to be a leadoff single. Mojo down for Robin Ryan. He will no longer be locked in. And here's Wally Woolley also with a home run. So all of the High Rollers runs coming off the home run. Monster shots into center field here in Red Rock.
Man, the Walker slander going on here.
2-1 the count. That's going to be a base hit up the middle, and that's going to put 2 aboard here for the High Rollers. Nobody out here in the top of the 7th.
1 swing away.
1 swing away from taking the lead here, and here's Max Range. Max Range this season, 19 for 56, a 339 average, but it gets jammed here, pops it up. Infield fly is called. Dallas, Texas is underneath it. Makes the catch for out number 1.
Yeah, that would be crazy if we missed a full-on cycle.
Here's Becky Foe, 0 for 3 today. I definitely jinxed her earlier, I guess. She takes a 1-1 count. Hits this one hard into left. That's going to get down. Runner's going to round third, head from home. Pendragon doesn't have much of arm. Won't contest the throw to home, and it's 6-5. So Foe finally finds herself a base hit. Cuts the deficit to 1 here in the top of the 7th. Brings up Blind Ollie, 2 on, only 1 out here. Ollie also 0 for 3 today. Fouls that one off, makes it a 2-2 count. And Drake Highgrass climbs the ladder there to catch it for out number 2. A clutch second out there, preventing that one from getting in the corner and most likely clearing the bases. And here's Carlita Beltran, tense, 1 for 3 today. Has not had a great night defensively. A chance to atone for her sins here with runner in scoring position. A 2-2 count here from Robin Ryan. Grounds it to second. Dex is up with it. The throw is in time for round number 3, and the side is retired. The High Rollers put 1 more up on the board, make it a 1-run game going into the bottom of the 7th inning. More Highgrass and Garcia do up for the Stingers. Did I say Dexus?
Dallas, Texas.
And Dexus leads things off with a single up the middle.
It's actually Jackson Moore, the 4th that was there.
Oh, those two look pretty similar to me. And when you see him for a split second, looking back and forth.
Wow, Whitney. Showing your true colors there. How dare you assume that Talus Dexus and Max and Jor the 4th look the same.
But the Stingers are going to ground into another Dragon special. That has been their Achilles heel tonight. I believe that is their 4th of the evening. Just absolutely back-breaking.
And Highgrass is the one to hit into that. What are Highgrass's stats this season?
Highgrass on the season, 16 for 48, 333 on the year. So has a pretty good year, but just a absolutely crushing double play to, looked like a chance for the Stingers to get maybe a run back or two, and just eliminates the leadoff runner. An LP draws a walk, brings up Zarb. But Zarb dribbles that one to Range, and Range takes a step on to first for round number 3, and will head to the top of the 8th inning. Still a 6-5 ball game. Turnpike, Evans, and the long stop do it for the High Rollers. Turnpike tense 0 for 3 tonight.
I just feel like Dink Highgrass really hasn't been the player that the Stingers expected when they drafted him in Season 5, to be honest. He just hasn't really produced given the hitting stats that he has.
I mean, given his stats, he should probably be maybe a little bit better, but, I mean, he's well above league average. It's Zarb who's been, honestly, the biggest disappointment, I would say, offensively, and Yumeko Pendragon not too far behind. Pendragon has 5 home runs on the year, but only 6 other hits than that.
Once again, High Rollers one swing away.
Yeah, Evans
been known to go yard.
Getting aboard with Alex Longstop up to bat here. Evans going, the throw is going to be in time! Holy cow! Garcia getting the speedy Evans caught stealing. That's a huge second out there. So Longstop now with 2 outs. Fouling a couple off, making Ryan work. Up to 60 pitches. Seeing if they can prevent him from going into the ninth, and he gets struck out looking. Longstop doesn't swing at strike 3, called at the bottom of the zone, and we'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Stingers looking for insurance. 8-9-1 duo for them here. Reynolds still on the mound. Calmed down a bit. Still 8 hits given up through 2 2/3. A walk, 2 earned in, a strikeout. Jay Watt calling for Kip Arnhorn, the hero last night, walking off for the High Rollers.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Josh is down for it. Josh is down for the teams to pick their divisions during the draft.
And I honestly think that's the best way to do it, honestly. That's like fair. Like I think that was a genius idea. 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 8th, and here's Ace to Salsa. 1 for 1, a single and 3 walks. This man has drawn a lot of walks, 10 on the season, now up to 13. And drew a lot yesterday as well, if I remember correctly. And has a 3-1 count here.
It's not the best Grumpy I've seen, Puppet.
A moonshot into center field. I don't think that's, well, he's at the wall, but
no,
Red Rock's just going to contain that one. Just got a bit too under that and hit it to the deepest part of the park. And we go to the top of the 9th. Stingers holding on by 1. Their season lies in the wake here. Top of the order, do it for the High Rollers. They're trying to prevent a game 3 and pencil themselves in for the date with the Bombers in the semifinals. Piston Omen aboard with an infield single off the glove of Zarb. That brings up Wally Woolley, 3 for 4 today. First pitch swing, fouls it off.
Do you just walk Woolley here? They are 1 swing away from advancing to the divisional.
Well, this is the top of the 9th. Stingers would still get a chance.
Oh, yeah.
Grounded to Salsa. Inside at second for 1. Texas to first. Dragon special. The Stingers get one of their own defensively. And it's up to max range. A quick 2-0 count here to Range. Range into center! Tracking back his squash pixel, and it's gone! Max Range has tied it up here at the top of the 9th with 2 outs for the High Rollers. 439 feet into center, and it's a 6-6 ball game.
Absolutely smashed.
Robin Ryan went 4 2/3. of scoreless baseball, but couldn't get the final out to secure a game 3. And the ball is given over to the rookie, Strong Noodle Arm. And Noodle Arm gives up this one to Foe, who puts it into right center. It bounces off the wall. Foe's digging for 2, and she'll have herself a 2-out double. The go-ahead run in scoring position now for the High Rollers. Here's Blind Ollie.
Blind Ollie's over 4. Do they sub an arm horn? No. Ollie is going to have to face it. No arm horn yet.
And are they going to walk a tense Blind Ollie? They're going to
No
walk
way.
Ollie.
No way. No. Why? Why?
Does it bring up Vic Turnpike? No, it brings up Beltron. Okay, that makes sense.
Arm horn subbed in.
No, but
No,
it brings in
Colton
Colton King.
No way. No way. No way 2 pinch hitters for the High Rollers carry them this series, right? No way.
1-2 count here to King. 2 on, 2 out. Pressure is building all the way up here. And game number 2, Stingers need this to continue the season. Flare to first base. Dank Highgrass will make the catch for round number 3, and we're going to the bottom of the 9th. Dallas, Texas, Matthew Kennedy, and Jackson Moore due up. 1 run will send us to a game 3.
The issue there is that they didn't bring an arm horn.
Colton King now behind the plate. I don't know what he's like defensively. Tipsy Reynolds still on the mound. 53 pitches for the long reliever. Has battled back since entering the game. Has only given up 1 hit over the last 2 2/3 innings.
Oh, I thought, man, Texas was not far off on sending that 1 yard.
And he gets run up there!
Now batting, the right fielder.
Here's Matthew Kennedy. He takes a first pitch strike on the screwball. Fastball misses high, 1-1. As does that one, 2-1. Low, 3-1. And Kennedy will take a walk. So, game-winning run on board for the Stingers. Here's Jackson Moore, the 4th. Not the fastest of runners is Kennedy at first. But Jackson Moore more than able to end things with a single swing. 2-0 here to Jackson Moore. That one finds a zone. Oh, that's a beanball! And that will probably end the night for Reynolds. She'll go down the 10s, and they won't let her pitch another one. Dub Mars comes in with a high-pressure situation. The winning run is in scoring position for Dank Highgrass. But Highgrass is tense, 1 for 4 tonight.
Highgrass doesn't have much speed. Dragon special.
2-1 the count.
Definitely get them here.
A beautiful screwball in there, 2-2. The count is full. The payoff pitch, swung on, fouled off, will do it again.
Easily ball 4 there.
This one into left, tracking back, that's gonna do it! The Stingers have forced a game 3, thanks to a walk-off home run from Dank Highgrass! Off the pole and left, 375 feet, and the Stingers said, we'll see you again. They too clinched their first ever win in the postseason in their SSBL franchise history and force a winner-take-all for the series.
Man, Highgrass making me eat my words as well.
Both home teams in this series have won via a walk-off home run.
That now leaves the Overdrafts as the only team in SSBL history to not get a postseason
Oh,
win.
that's brutal. 13 hits for the High Rollers tonight, only 6 runs. Look at that top of the order. Omen 3 for 5, Wooly 3 for 5, Range 2 for 4, Foe 2 for 5. A combined 6, 7, 8, 10 for 19. 10 of the 13 hits came from the top of the order. That's, I mean, what you want from your top of the order, but you can't not have the rest of your team show up. As for the Stingers, hits spread around. Czar B, actually the only man without a hit. He did walk twice. Dallas, Texas with a home run. And Dank Highgrass, probably your MVP, with the 3-run walk-off shot. Peach Dropkin, 3 earned through 4 and a third. Tipsy Reynolds, not her greatest night, 4 earned through 4. 8 hits given up, and Dub Mars doesn't record an out. Del Vecchio, 4 earned through 4. Ryan, 2 earned through 2 and a third, and Strong Noodle Arm gets the win, getting the final out of the 9th inning. Texas, your MVP, followed by Omen and Dank Highgrass. That will do it for game number 3, and we'll go to game number 4. Will we get a third game number 3 and push us to a stream on Thursday, or can the Vikings finish up business?
I gotta be honest. The Vikings have won 4 straight against the Dragons and 5 of the last 6.
Oh, I guess I could show you the logo here.
Or no. They've won the past 5 games against the Dragons and 6 of the last 7.
Here's your minor team running. Anyway, D, Dragons, and V for Vikings.
Yeah, Justice is the minors for the Liberty.
And we go to beautiful Lafayette at night. And we will have, I do believe it is Joy Holiday on the mound.
That's really good.
And who is it for you, my good friend?
Ting.
Ting. Do some ting. Everything look good here. Everything looks good here. And we'll go into game number 4. What will game 4 bring us? Will bring us a new day, or will we finish tonight?
I'm so clenched right now. Oh my gosh, this game. But by the way, full disclosure, I'm the Dragons manager. I don't know if we have anyone new in the stream, but I'm the Dragons manager, so this game is going to be tight clench for me.
Number 37.
And that's a good way to start it. 1 pitch and 1 out for Do Some Ting.
Ting made his second All-Star game this season, in his second season.
It was,
very, very big shoes to fill when you consider the pitchers of Laura like Hansen and Scottish.
Let's see, Do Some Ting, a very good ERA, 2.66 and a 1.35 as Judd French puts this one into left center, but Harry Sheldon closes on that one nicely, catches it for round number 2. A 1.35 whip for Ting, only 7 earned runs through 23 and 2/3 innings pitched, 7 walks to 9 strikeouts, only 4 home runs surrendered.
When we had more people casting, we tried to get as many people to cast as possible so that we could avoid that, but unfortunately it's hard to avoid. And Puppet, I love this stadium, so you can eat.
Really? I visually, I love this stadium. I love the riverboat. I just feel like this is, that's what gets it to me. The dimensions are trash. I hate the corners. The center field the center field wall just jutting up like that really gets me. But like aesthetically, I love it. I love the riverboat. I do love the design of the wall in left field where it like it's kind of crazy. It's got the gator on it, but the dimensions really like soiled me on it.
Very different, very dynamic dimensions here in this series between Shaka and Lafayette.
Yeah, I believe Lafayette's probably one of the smaller ones when you compare it to like Tiger Den, I would think.
Ting looking at 3 straight walks here. Does finally find the zone. 3 straight walks for Ting.
That brings up Amir
Hansen.
Williams.
I would like to pour one out for Hansen. Hansen will have never gotten a super. I mean, Hansen could very well still pitch next season, but I don't think he's winning on the walkers.
And that's up the middle for Amir Williams, and a run will score. Another one rounding third, headed home. The throw from Harry Sheldon is not in time, and the Vikings scratch 2 across here early in game number 4.
Ting did well the first 2 at bats, but then back-to-back-to-back walks. And especially given this Vikings team and with Joy Holiday pitching, not the start the Dragons would have liked to see there.
Not exactly, no. As you mentioned, Joy Holiday coming to pitch. Had a kind of an up and down season. At one point, her ERA was north of 5, but simmered down in the later stages. Got her ERA down to 3.66 on the year. A 1.37 whip. 11 earned runs through 27 innings pitched. 10 walks, 19 strikeouts, only 1 home run surrendered on her season. That's pretty impressive over that many innings, especially in this league.
Vikings win so I can convince my mommy to let me stay up late. Josh, why are you memeing on my team? You've been silent throughout the entire evening, and now you're just memeing on my team.
Slow roller to short, Reed up with it, but the throw's not going in time.
Oh my
And an
gosh,
infield
Sheldon got on
single.
base. Sheldon got on base.
That brings up Gary Starr. Gary Starr, 4 home runs on the year and 14 RBIs. Freischack can't handle it at the hot corner, and that's going to be back-to-back infield singles for the Dragons. And here's Velma Betancourt.
It's been a trend the past 2 games. The infield just can't seem to get it together for a lot of these teams right now. A little bit of shaking nerves on the defensive infield.
Betancourt, despite her decent batting stats, only hitting .250 on the season, 14 for 59, or 56, excuse me, does have 3 home runs, 4 RBIs, and that's the 11th walk drawn, and the bases will be loaded. And here is the man, the myth, the legend, the co-MVP of the heroic, Harry Do Something Von Crum.
I gotta say, Betancourt got a little bit of advantage there. That was definitely a strike in there.
And Von Crum up the middle. He will bring home 1. Another one thought about going home, but turns back. Dragons get up on the board thanks to Do Something Von Crum. But only
So
counts
both
as
pitchers-
half a run, as he is not an S tier.
Okay. You're gonna make me eat that for the rest of the time that Von Crum is
I
still in.
am definitely. And Homer runs goes up the middle, and he will tie things at 2 apiece.
Man, both of these pitchers not necessarily bad to start off with, but then the heart of the order is getting to them a little bit. And now Joy Holiday tense.
Right, Spencer Reed gets that in time for the Dragon special to end the inning. And we're deadlocked at 2 apiece going into the top of the 2nd.
You have to give a slight advantage to the Vikings right now, just given the quality of Holiday, as well as I think her pitch count is a little bit better than Ting's right now.
But if we do get into a shootout, and Ting strikes out Reed looking. I do like the Dragons bats more than the Vikings, because you've got a lot of people in here for defense in the middle of the infield, both the Reeds. I mean, they have averages that are way better than they should be. Spencer and Riley at second base and short respectively. Spencer hitting .291, Reed hitting .240. That one's through the left side of the infield. Donut Boy, that's a question I didn't really think about. I think we would just flip it around again. So potentially either this game, if we wouldn't play that.
The order is set. It'd be Singers, High Rollers, and then Knights, Gauchos.
Okay, gotcha. There you go, Donut Boy. And 2 aboard here for Judd French. Judd French fouls off the first pitch.
He really carried the Vikings last postseason.
He certainly did. Vikings running out of gas in the conference finals, as that's going to be a double play. A line shot, a hit and run was on, and it backfires on the Vikings drastically, and we'll head to the bottom of the 2nd.
That just feels bad if you're Bump Right or a Vikings fan right there. Unfortunate hit and run call.
Donut, if you would miss if the streams are later tonight, you do want the Dragons. I confused myself there. I hurt myself in my own confusion.
Holiday back to neutral. And her pitch count is in much better shape than Ting's.
Yeah, Ting started off the inning with this many, but that's going to be an infield. That's going to be a one-out single for the Dragons. Was that Star?
No, that
No, that
was
was
Gwen
Atwood.
Atwood.
That was
Who you have
Atwood.
as Gwen Atwood in the stats.
Yes, there's like 4 different spellings of Gwen in this league, and I just did not care to get everything right. I knew how to spell Gwen, so I went with it.
Yeah. Lafayette is the biggest infield.
And that's
And,
down the
yeah,
third base
yeah.
line for Will Freishak, and he's aboard. 2 runners aboard now for the Dragons, a similar situation to what the Vikings just had. But can the Dragons convert? Here's Harry Shelton. This man ended the regular season with 3 home runs against the Knights. Well, that wasn't the end of the season, but this one's grounded to Reed, and it will be an inning Dragons special. So we have mirror images from both teams through 2 innings.
Neither team wants to win.
Like pure mirror images. That is uncanny. And do you want a fun fact? Those 3 home runs from Shelton against the Knights were his first 3 home runs of the season.
Yeah.
And we're also all of his RBIs this season. He hit a grand slam, which was 4, and 2 solo shots. He's got 6 RBIs.
Yeah, he homer runs has been
I'm an
producing
idiot.
more than
I'm looking at just the Dragons stats. Of course, that's what the stats are. Because I have a filter on to just bring up the Dragons portion of it. Disregard just about anything I say at this point.
Well, it's not unfair to say that Homer Runs was the one who was producing in terms of that ball players trade for the while, and then Shelton, as of late, has started to pick it up a little bit.
Thank you, Puppet. A quick inning there defensively for the Dragons, and do some teen, and we'll go to the home half of the third.
Can we just talk about how nice it is for Harry Von Crum and Do Some Team to be on the same team?
See if the Dragons can break serve here. Full count here to Gary Starr. Fouls that
Starr
one back.
started out really hot and then kind of tapered off as the season continued.
Yeah, he was in the early home run mix at about the halfway point when I did the first progression run. And I don't know if he hit another one because he's still at 4 home runs.
Oh, look, Josh is memeing on my team.
Hard hit ball, but Reed makes the snag for round number 1. And here is Do Something Von Crum.
Oh, a bad hack there.
But that's a good hack. That's going to get down into the gap. That's going to roll all the way to the wall. Runner's headed for it, but a really good bounce. French is able to recover that nicely, and it keeps the runner at third.
And that's the thing about Judd French. That's French, right?
Yeah, that's
That was
French.
in center. That's the thing about French is that like it's the same thing as last postseason. He carried the team on the offensive and defensive sides.
That's a flare to short, and it's caught by Riley for round number 2. That was such a lucky bounce for French. If that just dies, once it hits the wall, a run scores, and the Dragons have the lead. But that thing ricocheted off the wall, and it bounced right to French. This is popped up. Will it find the netting? It will. And Freddie Jupiter has another pitch. Grounded to short, Reed up with it. The throw is going to be in time, and the side is retired. The Dragons strand a pair, and we go to the top of the 4th, still 2-2.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 21.
Oh, this is not doing well for my heart. That's for sure.
I'll be in for it next week. Whether I face the High Rollers or the Stingers, we'll find out.
Is there a team that you prefer? Or do you think it's kind of a?
I would much rather face the Stingers, honestly. Because I beat them pretty bad the one time I played them. High Rollers are one of the 2 teams I lost to, so I would much rather play the Stingers. I mean, granted, not in trying to jar myself, but I have had good historical luck against the High Rollers in the postseason, but, you know, I mean, it takes one game for the High Rollers to get hot, and my season's over, you know?
Team heating up a little bit. It's starting to find some strikeouts here.
Yeah, back-to-back strikeouts here in the top of the fourth. Brings up Spencer Reed with a 1-1 count now. That's up the middle. That's going to be a 2-out single.
And that's really the key for this Vikings team. If they can get those reads, those players like Miyuki, especially against the Dragons, whenever they play the Dragons, the bottom of the order really seems to produce for them. And just having that kind of production at the bottom of the order does a world of hurt against the Dragons, especially when you have that top of the order coming through.
Yeah, I feel one of the big year-over-year differences for this Vikings team is Miyuki. Miyuki didn't have a great season this year, at least comparatively. He only hit 265 on the season, no home runs, only 6 RBIs, hitting 265. So I think that's been a big linchpin because he would always come up clutch. He would always come up clutch here or there. But just this season hasn't been able to find that last gear. Because you remember in the Super Sim Classic, he had that go-ahead 3-run shot against the Serpents when the Vikings came back from like a double-digit deficit in the first game of that series.
Wow, that was the most Fiora Laurent hit I have ever seen.
We need to find a way to turn Clunch into a player name. And I guess I need to submit Fabi Barmhand. Because for whatever reason, like, I think it was last season, I would spoonerize Bobby Farmhand's name and call him Fabi Barmhand.
Always looking for the clunch factor for the player.
I love Clunch Flactor. Please, yep, that's his name. Clunch
I
Flactor.
didn't even mean to do that.
Clunch Flactor.
That's the player name.
That's the name, like right there. As someone has been born.
Clunch, because none of us can speak our native language.
I think that's going to be my top tier submission now.
It's Clunch Flactor.
Yeah, Clunch Flactor.
You just got that Flactor about him.
Yep. To aboard now here for the Dragons. Here's Harry Shelton. He puts one into left. That's going to get down. That's going to bounce off the wall and take a better hop for the Dragons this time. And that allows a run to score. And the Dragons have the lead here, 3-2.
And it's really just been, they've been getting to Joy Holiday.
That's a dribbler, a slow roller. That's only going to turn into 1 out. Another run will score for the Dragons. It's now 4-2.
We saw this yesterday with Wanda Cosmo, how Vikings put up 5 earned runs on her. And so same thing here where the ace, she backed down to 10s as well. And that's going to be 5 earned runs on a Holiday.
A theme for tonight has been this, like, a complete reversal. Like, starting pitchers and day one were absolutely dominant. Starting pitchers tonight haven't really gone long. Like, Holiday here, 4 earned through 3 2/3. Both Peach Dropkin and Angelo Dovecchio don't go more than 4. Steve Stevens went 6. And then I guess both starters in that Cyclones Unicorns game went a decent amount of time, but we're not seeing the absolute dominance apart from, I would say, Steve Stevens. 10 hits through 3 2/3. That's massive. That's unreal.
Hot Mike isn't a bad pitcher, but this is very early for them to put him in, unless he can really turn this around.
And Hot Mike has been kind of one of those up and down guys. He has his good moments, but it's also like he's had a couple of losses because of him. I think the High Rollers actually walked off in interleague play against him back in week 5 or 6, whenever we had that. But does have a pretty good ERA, a 2.99 ERA and a 1.26 WHIP. We'll get into more to that when he comes back to pitch. Do-Some Ting back on the mound now with a 3-run lead to Nurse. But starts off with a 3-1 count to Vicky Marshall. And that will be a leadoff walk, so not exactly one you want to see from Ting having the lead. And here is Judd French. Ting will stay in the game to face French. Third time through the lineup for Ting. Runner's going. The throw from behind the plate is in the dirt. Runner is safe. Down the third base line, Jupiter makes the stop. The throw will be not in time. French with an infield single. That's going to put 2 aboard. It's one swing baseball now for Liam Freishak. Ting not performing up to standards. Pitching with the lead now. That was some major clunch flactor, dog.
Yeah, and this is exactly what the Vikings want to do if they want to respond. They still got to convert here, though.
Freishak with a 1-2 count pops it up just into the shade of the outfield grass. Homer runs will make the catch for round number 1. And that'll bring up Gage Deputy. Deputy leading the... Yep, exactly. And we'll never know what she's leading the in. And the bases are loaded, and Jar Jar Jackson will come in. So both teams getting into the bullpens here in the 5th inning. That's foul. And Feisik takes a deep breath. Broken bat, slow roller. Jupiter will go to first for out number 2. But a run will score.
Very smart by Jupiter there. There's so much speed on the base pass. Wasn't really going to get a chance at home. Wasn't really going to get a chance at the Dragon Special. And it looks like as long as Do Something Von Crum can make the catch here, the Dragons are going to escape only getting 1 run. That's huge. That is absolutely huge.
Escape is the correct word there. As the bases were loaded with only 1 out, Vikings only scrape across 1, make it a 5-3 ball game, and we go into the bottom of the 5th. Jupiter on the mound.
I realize in hindsight, Jar Jar Jackson should have been a hitter, but it is what it is.
Back to Hot Mike, but he fumbles it. Spencer Reed charging in, and Reed able to get it to first in time. A good play by Reed, recovering for Hot Mike.
That was close, too.
So Hot Mike on the season, 27 innings pitched, 9 earned runs, 18 walks to 16 strikeouts. 4 home runs surrendered. Fiora Laurent gets that one past the diving Riley Reed.
And that's usually the play that Riley Reed makes as well.
Yeah, Riley Reed is usually a very strong defensive player for the Vikings. You don't really see a missed time jump from her. A dribbler in the infield. Freishak up with it. The throw will be in time for round number 2. But Laurent will take second. Here's Will Freishak.
So you got some speed at second, an extra base hit, or rather even just a single.
A high fly ball. It's going to stay in the park. French is under it, and he'll make the catch for round number 3, and will go to the top of the 6th.
Razor thin margins here. Razor thin. Why is Reed tense? What did she do?
Excellent question. I don't think there's been any defensive errors. So maybe she's struck out a 3rd time. Maybe got that sombrero.
Has she struck out 3 times now?
Potentially. That's the only reason I could think that she'd be tense otherwise. Let's take a peek at Jar Jar Jackson. 8 in the 3rd innings pitched, 7 earned runs, a 7.56 ERA, and a 1.92 WHIP. 5 walks, 6 strikeouts, 1 home run surrendered. 1-2 count here to Spencer Reed. A power versus lefties. Has the power, but that was a line shot to runs for round number 2. And that brings up the catcher, Biyuki.
Yeah, Robot, the Freishak brothers are playing against each other.
1-1 count here. That one's in there, 1-2.
Have you ever played the Vikings?
Have I ever played the Vikings? I don't think so.
Because in that case, Liam and Lucy haven't played each other.
Ah, yes. And that's going to be a strikeout there to end the inning. A good showing there by Jar Jar Jackson, and we go to the bottom of the 6th.
It's actually a nice distribution of the Fry Shacks. There's an outfielder, an infielder, and a pitcher.
Now you've got me thinking of who I've played in Interleague. We've only played Interleague since Season 4. Yeah.
Well, season 5, you would have played.
Oh, I would have played the Lumberjacks again.
This season, you would have played the Knights.
Yeah. I played the Gauchos in Interleague.
Really?
Yeah, because we were both the worst in our conferences Season 5 because I tanked. And then that's who we played. That's who we played Season 6. And like you said, Knights this year. I honestly don't remember offhand who I played in Season 4. I remember playing the Moonshots in Season 4 in the spring training game. But I honestly can't remember who I played Interleague.
Oh, you know who you played. You played the Dragons. And
That's right.
Left. Miro Mills is there.
You guys broke up my perfect season at the point, didn't you?
Yes, and we still did not make postseason that year. Last year was the first year Dragons ever made postseason under my tenure.
Oh, that one is gone. Vicky Marshall into right center makes it a 1-run ball game. 421 into the second deck in center field.
Oh, so close. So close from greatness. Only one foot away from my favorite number.
422. And that one's into left, and Judd French has tied the game at 5. Back-to-back home runs for the Vikings, and we've got ourselves a brand new ball game.
This is why we can't have
Judd French, believe it or not, with his first home run in Season 7, and it ties the game up. And Jackson is allowed 3 straight hits now. His time might be coming to a close here.
You don't say,
tense.
Moobot. You don't say.
Should it be F-L-A-C-T-O-R or should it be like a K? F-L-A-C-K-T-O-R. Flacter. Flacter.
I like it with just the C.
Dribbler down third base line. Jupiter can't get it in time. Quiet Hatmore too fast. An infield single. That's been kind of a theme for the Vikings tonight. A lot of infield singles. They've got some speed on them and able to beat out some throws. Jupiter isn't a bad defender, but just unlucky where some of these balls have been placed. And that walk will load the bases for the Vikings. And here's Riley Reed. 0 for 3 in 10. She'll stay in the game to take the appearance.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter her ratings if Jackson can't find the zone.
1-1 count to Reed. Strike 2 called at the bottom of the zone came and activated for Jackson. Swing and a miss! Jackson rings her up there to put 2 away, and now it's her brother Spencer.
He's a huge at-bat.
And that's Savon Crum. He takes on the 1-up and will step on first himself. Round number 3. The Vikings are able to tie things up thanks to the home runs from Vicky Marshall and Judd French. Tied things up at 5 here as we enter the bottom of the 7th. Homer runs to lead things off here. Hot Mike still on the mound, pitching excellently here through 2 1/3, only getting up 2 hits so far in relief. That one's up the middle. Reed diving for it. The throw will be not in time. Homer runs able to beat out the throw. If she wasn't 10, she probably gets him. But runs is on board here to start off the bottom of the 7th.
And we'll see if he goes at any point.
Popped up, but foul. Makes an 0-2 count here to Jupiter, 0 for 3. Lays off that pitch, 2-2. Towering fly ball into center field. French is under it. And he'll make the catch, round number 1.
Oh no, the Dragons hopes for this inning rely on Fiora, Laurent, and Gwen Atwood.
I mean, Laurent 2 for 3 tonight. And with Steeler on homer runs, it would be interesting to see if they do try. Miyuki does have a good run. Oh, in the dirt from Hot Mike. A good stab by Deputy there, not to get that one by her. An ugly swing there from Laurent. It's a 1-2 count.
Oh,
Doesn't chase the curveball. Fouls that one off. Still makes it a 2-2 count. Hopped up there, just behind the mound. Hot Mike is under it, and he'll make the catch, round number 2. And here is Gwen Atwood, 1 for 3 tonight. First pitch swinging.
He hasn't been amazing this season. If there was a time for him to show up, it would certainly be now.
Well, there's showing up for you as he fouls that one out for round number 3. And we'll go to the top of the 8th, still tied at 5 apiece. 9-1-2 due up for the Vikings here. Jackson still listed on the mound. Will he start the inning? He will. He'll start the top of the 8th, tense at 38 pinches. Pinches? Gee, Merry Christmas, Matthew.
Inches. It's the rebirth of inches.
Against Miyuki here, 1 for 3. And that's a leadoff walk for Miyuki.
That is not a batter that you can do a 4-pitch walk to.
And Jackson will stay in the game to face in a locked-in Vicky Marshall. I'm very surprised here they don't go to Hannah Bradley. Hard hit ball, but foul. Uh-oh, indeed, Puppet. And that's a hard hit ball, but that one will be foul as well. And phased through the... Oh! What a horrible swing from Vicky Marshall. That was next to her head, and she goes down. A huge first out.
That was horrendous.
That was abysmal. Oh.
What are you swinging at, Vicky?
Judd French fouls off a couple. It's a 1-2 count for French. Came and activated for Jackson, no longer tense. And gets French to pop up. Stays in the infield. Gary Starr is under it. And he makes the catch for round number 2. And here's a tense Liam Freishak, 1 for 3 today. Let's see what he can do with 2 outs. First pitch strike on the slider. Fastball runs inside.
He's been tense all game, too. He had that error in the first inning.
Came in activated once again for Jackson. The pitch swung on and missed. Jackson strikes him out, and we'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning.
What a huge, huge inning for the rookie. Gives up back-to-back homers in the 7th. Loads the bases as well, and then that was a clunch flactor right there.
And gives up the leadoff walk and then gets the next 3 batters out. I mean, huge, huge, huge. And here is Will Freishak to lead things off here against a locked-in Bruce Hot Mike. Full count, the payoff pitch. Swung on and missed. Hot Mike rings out. Will Freishak to start the bottom of the 8th. Here's Harry Shelton, 2 for 4 today, a double and a single. He flares this one into right field, just past the diving glove of Spencer Reed, and he's aboard with a single. Go ahead, run aboard for the Dragons. Here's Gary Starr.
I mean, there's no lead, so yes, it is very unsafe.
It is the definition of unsafe. It is neither safe or unsafe. It is nigh. 2-1 the count here to Gary Starr. The pressure all the way up here. In the bottom of the 8th inning, Dragon season in the balance here in a 5-5 ball game.
Gary's been revving up those fires this at-bat. Will he finally unload on one?
And the count is full.
He is at full RPM.
Oh, off the glove. Oh, but that's going to backfire. It won't be a Dragon special, but they do get the lead run out. It bounces off the glove of Gage at first. She stays with it nicely, gets the runner at second, and takes some speed off the base pass. Here's Velma Betancourt now with the runner on first, 2 outs now. It's a 3-0 count to Betancourt.
He's got to find the zone.
And that will be a 4-pitch walk.
Oh my gosh, the balls to steal on a 3-0.
And here is Do Something Von Crum. Can he give this team the go-ahead run? He grounds it to third. Freischek the throw in time for out number 3, and will go to the top of the 9th, tied at 5 apiece. Deputy Hatmore and Amir Williams do it for the Vikings.
The first baseman, number 10.
And they're sticking with Jackson.
And he's ahead on Deputy 0-2. Kane then activated for him here. A dribbler up the middle under the glove of Jackson, and that will be a base hit for Deputy. Deputy with the nutmeg to lead off the top of the 9th. Jackson staying in here against Hatmore, 1 for 3 today. Infield single the last time he was up. Jupiter couldn't get to it in time. Runner going, hit and run to perfection, gets Gary Starr out of position, and that one goes to where he was, and 2 runners aboard for the Vikings. Now here's Amir Williams.
And surely that does it for Jackson.
And it will do it for Jackson. In comes Petunia Tippy Cup. A surprise call here, not Hannah Bradley.
Jackson think it's better than Melee.
Yes, better than Melee. And it's a 3-0 count, though, to Williams. She finds the zone there on a slider. And the fastball battles her back to a full count. Swing and a miss! Petunia Tippy Cup battles back from a 3-0 count to strike out Williams for out number 1. And Riley Reed up now, 0 for 4 and 10. She will take another at-bat. First pitch swinging, pops it up behind home plate. And it's going to be caught by Atwood. It stays in play, just missed the netting. And Petunia Tippy Cup with 2 huge outs. And here is Spencer Reed. He'll get pinch hit for Noodles. Nunez comes in to take the at-bat.
Go back to that 3-2. The ball's on Tippy Cup to throw that high fastball.
Noodles Nunez, no stranger to playoff theatrics. He had the walk-off home run against the Knights in Game 15 that gave them the higher seed over the Knights. But he'll pop up here just into the shade of the outfield grass in left. And Freddie Jupiter will make the catch for out number 3. What a performance by Tippy Cup. Battling back, inherited 2 runners aboard with nobody out, and gets 3 huge outs to send us to the bottom of the ninth. The Dragons could walk us off and send us into Thursday night. Homer runs, first pitch swing, he puts this one to the left. Under that one is Vicky Marshall. She'll make the catch for round number 1.
It's not going to come down to Laurent, right? Oh, Cooper.
And here's Sponge Cooper to replace the 0 for 4 tenths Freddie Jupiter. Can the long time? No, he can't.
Nope. Nope. It's not going to be Laurent, right? No way. No way. You're Laurent.
A 2 for 4 Laurent versus a locked-in Bruce Hot Mike through 5 innings. Only allowed 5 base runners. A 1-2 count here. Oh, a gutsy take there. Fouls this one off, trending towards the stands.
I'll get out. That gets out.
And it gets out into the second row. Laurent lives to see another day. Grounder. Noodles Nunez can't handle it. The throw not going to be in time, and that's going to be an infield single for Laurent. In comes Gwynn Atwood. Will he take the plate appearance? He will.
Very clenched right now, Puppet. Very clenched.
Hot Mike very concerned about the runner. And Atwood gets this one through the left side of the infield. And that's going to be another single. 2 aboard here with 2 out. That brings us back to the top of the order. And here's Will Freischek, a chance to be a hero for the Dragons.
That was a horrible dive by Freischek. He has not had a good day at third.
Hot Mike still locked in, but that velocity now in the red at 74 pitches and a 2-0 count to Freischek. A 3-0 count to Freischek now. I wonder if they intentionally walk him. He does find the zone 3-1. and battles back to a full count. The payoff pitch. So cold, strike three! Freishek gets rung up watching it, and we're going to extra innings! Called strike three at the top of the zone. Bruce Hot Mike with his last full measure of devotion strikes out the side. Well, the strikes out Will Freishek and sends us into extra innings.
Ah.
Now batting, the right fielder, number 37.
That was a great.
He battled back from 3-0.
Oh no!
Oh!
Oh,
my
a
God.
huge recovery there
Shelton.
by Shelton, not allowing the runner to take third. But a runner in scoring position now for Vicky Marshall. And the runner will walk. Almost wonder if that was intentional, but still facing off against Judd French here, but have a guaranteed out at every bag now. Nobody out, 2 on here for the Vikings in the top of the 10th. Our first extra inning game of the postseason. And French into left, and that one is gone! Just over the yellow line in left field. Judd French's second home run of the year puts the Vikings on top. 7-5, 8-5. Judd French channeling the magic of last season here in the playoffs and put the Vikings on top by 3. Judd French just flipped the script on the Dragons. It looked like all the world the Dragons might have had the bases loaded for Harry Shelton. Bruce Hot Mike battles back, strikes out Will Freishek, and now have had every runner reach so far here in the top of the 10th. Has Judd French ever missed a postseason? Yes, because he was an OG Stinger.
Oh,
And this bomber specials into left, and the nightmare top of the 10th continues for the Dragons. Nobody is out. 5 straight runners have reached.
I mean, absolute performance by Tippy Cup last inning, and it's just not been it this inning. And now you bring in Arms Melee.
And Melee gets the strike out of his first batter.
Now batting, the left fielder, number 21.
Some major clutch factor from Judd French. 2 home runs into left field tonight, propelling the Vikings to the lead here in the top of the 10th inning.
It's just proven what the Vikings are, just the Dragons' kryptonite. They've won 5 straight, 6 of the last 7. This would be 6 straight wins for the Vikings over the Dragons, 7 of their last 8.
Absolutely brutal luck for the Dragons in that stretch against this team.
This Vikings team is making me reminisce about the Vikings team last season that we saw. That was just so dominant.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 11.
Bases loaded now. 2 outs here for Noodles Nunez. Two and 0 here. Swing and a miss. 2-1. 2-2 now. And strike 3, swinging Arms Melee. Technically strikes out the side. 3 strikeouts in the 10th. But we go bottom half. Dragons season on the line here. Need 3 runs to tie, 4 to walk it off. Hot Mike's night is done. But what a night it was. Battled back from a 3-0 count to strike out Will Freishek. And hands it over to Ernie Woodward to try and get 3 final outs to propel him into the second round. Into left, that's caught by Amir Williams, 1 away. McMaster and Hefty Weeb come in defensively at the corners for the Vikings. Here's Gary Starr.
Dragons are going to need some big magic here, especially now with 2 gone.
2 gone, and the season is held in Velma Velma Courts, I am falling apart. In Velma Betancourt's hands here. And she will walk, and the season is prolonged. Here is Harry Von Krum. It would be a great time for him to do something here. At least get on base, at very least, to put the pressure on Woodward. And Harry Von Krum puts this one into left center, and that one is a no-doubter, and we've got ourselves a one-run game. Don't change the dial yet, folks. The Dragons aren't quite done yet.
Don't do that, Harry. Don't do that.
And
Don't
here's
give me
Homer
hope.
runs. Can the
Don't
mid-season
give me hope.
acquisition tie the game up for the Dragons? Oh,
Nope.
and the season will
That's the
end
thing about
there.
hope. That's the thing about hope. It really gets you. That's the thing about hope.
It ends with a dud. Homer runs, pops it up, and the Vikings sweep the Dragons once again.
Yeah, I kind of knew once I realized that the Vikings were going to be the team I was facing that it was going to be a really, really tough road. Feels bad. 17 hits, only 7 runs. I mean, it's just the Vikings, they just have the Dragons card. The Dragons just do not know what to do to get past them. 0-4 all time versus the Vikings in the postseason. 6 straight losses. 7 of the last 8 have gone the Vikings' way. 8 of the last 10 have gone the Vikings' way. They have just been dominant against the Dragons, and they'll look to. I mean, here's the thing about the Vikings: they took care of business here. It wasn't as pretty as you would like if you're the Vikings, and you have some questions about that infield. But they're gonna need to clean it up together because they're facing probably one of the scariest teams in SSBL history, and reminiscent of Season 5 Skulls in that those 12-2 Lumberjacks. So they've got a big fight up against them next week. So celebrations for Bun Bright, but you got a big task ahead of you.
Judd French, without a doubt, the MVP here. 2 home runs, 4 RBIs. Had the game-winning 3-run home run in the top of the 10th. Marshall also with a home run. 3 hits for Gage Deputy on the night. For the Dragons, as you mentioned, 17 hits, 7 runs. Von Krum 6 for 4, had that home run late, just couldn't quite get enough done. A lot of runners stranded for the Dragons. Bruce Hot Mike gets the win?
I mean,
Wait a minute, how did he get the win?
because he was the pitcher of record.
But did he never, but he last pitched when it was tied. He never pitched with the lead.
He was still the pitcher of record, and then they switched to Woodward
All right.
in the bottom of the inning. So he was still pitcher when they took the lead, and then in the bottom of the inning, Woodward came in.
Right, okay. No earned through 5 1/3, 2 strikeouts. That second one could go down in Vikings history as one of the most clutch strikeouts we'll ever see. Ting goes through 4 1/3, 3 earned. Jar Jar Jackson 2 earned through 3 2/3. Tippy Cup 1 solid inning, but the next comes back to haunt her as that 3-run home run ends up being the difference in the game. So we play on. And we'll go to now what is game number 5. We'll finish out the first round here tonight. A 3-hour stream going into overtime. And we'll have the High Rollers and the Stingers face off once again.
And we'll have to move all the way from the previous game at Red Rock Park to Red Rock Park.
Just they got to take all the signs down for the Stingers being the home team and put up all the High Rollers signs.
And it feels weird to congratulate myself, but I do want to congratulate myself to, I mean, overcome some adversity. Started the season 2-5, won 5 out of the last 7 to get into the postseason. You know, it's tough going in the heroic, especially playing in that division of death. But still proud of this team, proud of everything that they accomplished, and losing to the Vikings, that's not nothing I'm not used to.
So here we go. Game number 3 for the High Rollers and the Stingers. It'll be Bobby Farmhand versus Danny California.
Puppet, I'm sure you're not aware because you're not competing in the heroic, but for those who are competing in the heroic, it's pretty tough.
So let's see here. Let's turn off these 4 scores. Turn that back on. Put this at 0. This at 0. That at 0. This at 0. Turn this off and this off. And then game 1 away turns into Stingers. Game 1 home turns into High Rollers. That's grounded to Ollie. Ollie gets it to first in time for round number 1. So between these two pitchers, California and Farmhand, who do you favor here, Fizek?
I mean, it just feels like the High Rollers have been putting together more, to be honest, although you got to consider Robin Ryan in the bullpen for the Stingers. But I think this is the High Rollers' game to lose, to be honest.
Okay. I feel like both of these pitchers are kind of high risk, high reward type players. California has had struggles this year, but then she also had like a one-hit complete game shutout of the Cyclones back in like week maybe like 6 or 7 or something, like just absolute dominant performance. So like both of these pitchers are capable of being really good, but I feel like if they get rattled a bit here, they could give up a lot. Because California is one of these pitchers that has, I feel like, just enough accuracy to be okay, but if she gets tense, it could get ugly. And the thing is, walks as well, like, with that lower accuracy, she's probably going to give up a few walks, and just, you can't afford to give free passes to this High Rollers team. Just they have a lot of speed. All of the hitters are dangerous. Just like anyone can knock in runs.
Starting out well for the High Rollers here.
Two on, only one out here for Becky Foe in foul territory. Looks like it's going to stay in play. And Zarbi will make a catch for a big out number 2 and bring up blind Ollie. He went 0 in the first game tonight between these two teams. But he swings at this one, puts it into right field, and that one is gone! Blind Ollie puts the High Rollers up 3-0 here, and the winner take all.
High Rollers can see clearly now. Again, I mean, I feel like this situation is the same thing, whereas the last game was a who gets to lose to the Lumberjacks. This one's a who gets to lose to the Bombers type scenario. But, I mean, I feel like the gaps in between the teams here and the Bombers is not that far off, to be honest.
I mean, the High Rollers did beat us, so we know they're capable. And we'll go to the top of the second. Stingers have a hole to climb out of now, down 3-0 here in game number 3.
Oh my gosh, you know what I just realized?
What?
Bunbright Hay is 6-0 against me.
Oh dear.
I need to talk to Dean.
The first baseman, number 19.
And that one's going to get past the glove of Ollie Woolley. Omen covers, but runners goes first to third. So at the corners for the Stingers, here's Penelope Garcia. A chance to chip away at that lead here for the rookie. She takes a first pitch strike. And that one's in there. Back-to-back fastballs from Farmhand. He's ahead 0-2. Dribble it down the third base line. It's fair. And Ollie gets the throw off in time for out number 1, but a runner will come home to score. It's a 3-1 game. Whoa. Hard hit ball to Turnpike. He's up with it in time at first for out number 2.
Heads up base running at second.
Yeah, getting back. Yeah, definitely. You see so many times that, I mean, we saw earlier today where that runner goes for whatever reason.
Oh my gosh, the Stingers figured out which jerseys to wear when they're the away team.
So here's Pendragon with a runner in scoring position. And Pendragon into left center, and we've got a tie game at 3. Yomeko Pendragon into left center, absolutely crushes that one. 4:44, and it's 3-3 in game 3.
I mean, she was just not it, man, during the regular season. Comes in here in game 3 and delivers when the Stingers need it, especially with Pixel grounding out here. Much needed to tie this ball game up at 3.
Now batting, the shortstop, number 20.
Let's see if California can get out of this inning without any damage. She needs to eat up some innings. We saw Robin Ryan during the last game was jogged with a lot of innings and almost did the task, but did end up giving up that home run to tie things up. But the Stingers walking it off in extras, though. But can't always rely on Ryan going 4 or 5 plus. 2-2 the count to
Robin Ryan,
Evans.
140 innings pitch.
Popped up, but it will just get into the bleachers, or the dugout, I should say. Evans with a flare to first. Highgrass will make the catch 2 away, and that brings up Alex Longstop.
And the thing about Robin Ryan is I feel like he's very similar to Brock Hansen in that his teams have... Oh, Dank Highgrass. Nice catch there. I just feel like Brock Hansen's teams just never delivered around him. The same thing with Robin Ryan. And so the thing about it is that even though Robin Ryan is a crucial part of the Stingers in terms of winning this series and in terms of, you know, succeeding well in the postseason, it's going to take the whole team supporting in order for that to happen.
And Ace de Salsa heading that call has a leadoff single up the middle.
The second baseman, number 12.
Brings up Dallas, Texas. Texas played a huge part in the game that brought him here. Had a home run, a double, I think 3 RBIs in that game. 1 and 2 count here. Lays off that pitch, 2-2. Flare into right. Evans is there. He'll make the catch round number 1. Let's take a look at Bobby's season. Bobby with a 5.29 ERA and a 1.29 whip. 10 earned runs through 17 innings. 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. That's crazy. And 3 home runs surrendered. Well, I guess that's 4 home runs now, I guess. But that's crazy. Only 2 walks and 3 strikeouts.
Especially with how the game has been. I think the way this is panning out, I don't know if that update is going to come in time before postseason.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. Like, man,
And if it is, it would be.
oh
like,
my goodness!
What?
Going to Tipsy Reynolds with 1 out in the 3rd.
What just happened? He
What a
didn't get
move
injured.
here! High Rollers mean business.
How many pitches was he at?
I mean, it couldn't have been too much. I mean, 50 maybe? I mean, we're in the 1 out in the 3rd. And they turn 2, they can't. Jackson Moore is too fast, so that puts runners at the corners for the Stingers. And Dank Highgrass, a chance for them to take the lead here. Runners going, the throw from Beltran is going to be in time! Beltran with a strong throw, nabs Jackson Moore, and the side is retired.
I mean, it worked out in that inning, but I just don't buy it.
Long term, I think that may be a mistake. But, I mean, we may see the exact same thing here. We'll see what California does here in the 3rd. Man, I feel like that's... Oh! This one's into deep left center. Tracking back is Pixel. He's at the wall, but he makes the catch at the warning track for out number one. A deep out number one. And running there, I mean, you've got to at least let Highgrass take a hack or two at it with a runner on third to try and take the lead. I mean, I get you're trying to get 2 runners in scoring position, and Jackson Moore is a pretty fast dude, but I just feel like that's just an error.
Yeah, no, especially with the velocity that
Reynolds has, yeah.
Reynolds has.
2-2 the count here to Wally Woolley. Gets that back to California, but she can't handle it. And Woolley is safe. So a big error by California. But it doesn't get recorded as such, so she's still neutral. Doesn't take any kind of mojo punishment for that, but a huge misplay for her there. Could have had 2 away here. But instead, 1 on, 1 out here against Max Range in a 2-1 count. Checks his swing there, 3-1.
I feel like the momentum is swinging the High Rollers' way, but my question is here's the thing. They got to make the most of it right now, because when Reynolds comes out in the 7th, in the 8th, potentially even the 6th, depending on how this game goes, that's like their biggest arm gone.
For sure, and it's a 3-0 count here.
It's a ticking clock now, where they need to get this.
Count is full. Here's a big payoff pitch. Swung on, fouled off.
But that's way too much work. Way too much work to do.
Oh, close pitch there, and it's called ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
Because for full reference, right now, they just automatically upload to YouTube via Twitch. So it's just a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that would involve downloading the VOD, clipping it, re-uploading it. A 3-1 count to Ollie, nowhere to put him. California finds the zone there, a full count now. Swung on, grounded to Highgrass. He won't have a bait. He won't be able to make a Dragon special. So a run will come home to score for the High Rollers. They retake the lead 4-3. California back down to 10th now. It was a good play by Highgrass, but he just doesn't have the athleticism to try and turn that. Too much speed on the High Rollers. Next batter grounds out to second to end the inning, but the High Rollers back on top 4-3. I mean, it's good that California did eat that inning, so at least stamina-wise, I mean, Ryan's still at full, but they do need to work Reynolds. I mean, they were able to work Reynolds in that game earlier today, but like 6 pitches through an inning, like at this point in that other game, Reynolds already had 7 hits given up. I mean, granted, like you're not going to see that again, but like, and you definitely can't get her like locked in. Like you can't get too far behind her. Like if she starts mowing through this lineup, the Stingers are in deep, deep trouble.
I mean, like it was a big risk for the High Rollers to put her out so early. But yeah, it's like you're saying, like she can't be. She's probably like one more consecutive out from being locked in. And so if you're the Stingers, you got to call the High Rollers on that bluff, and you cannot let her through 1.2 innings only have 10 pitches.
Yeah,
like,
10. Yeah. I leave California out here to start the bottom of the 4th here. I gotta imagine she's on a short leash.
I mean, look at what happened to the Dragons Vikings. How long Hot Mike was able to last.
This is California's problem. She gets behind 3-0 a lot, does battle back, and just it eats up her pitch count. Just absolutely gobbles it up. That's got to be it for her. I mean, you've got to pull her there.
Yeah, which you know, like, luckily they have a pitcher named Robin Ryan that they can bring in.
4 walks through 3 innings, as well as 3 hits, 4 earned runs. Fly ball into right, should be an easy play for Kennedy. And he will make the catch out number 1. And that will do it for California. And here he is, Robin Ryan now. And Harriet's a runner on first and is behind 3-4 here in game 3.
I like that from the high rollers, the called hit and run.
I mean, yeah, well, yeah. Swing and a miss. Ryan strikes out long stop for out number 2, and back to the top of the order. Here's Piston Omen.
Elder, you missed Dragons Vikings going to extras.
So since game 2, you obviously saw the Gauchos won that game handily. In game 3, the Stingers walked it off in the 10th inning to force this game here.
Walked it on the 9th, didn't they? Or were they
Oh, was it the 9th? Yeah, it was the 9th. It was the 9th. And then game 4, the Vikings came back and beat the Dragons in the 10th, 8-7. You missed an absolutely unbelievable event where the Dragons had a chance to walk it off. They had 2 on, 2 out, and Will Freishek had a 3-0 count.
3-0 count.
And Bruce
And
Hot Mike.
It's got to be said, a questionable strike three.
And Bruce Hot Mike, like every bar was in the red. His last pitch probably of the game, battled back from 3-0 down, strikes out Freishek to end the inning. Then the Vikings go on to win the game.
After letting Atwood and LeRon on base.
And here's Tipsy Reynolds locked in and mowing through the Stingers lineup. This is bad news bears for the Stingers. DeSalsa has to do something here. 3 strikeouts for Reynolds. She's struck out almost half the batters she's faced here.
So, you know what? I got to say to the high rollers, it's working so far.
Yeah, it really is. It was a
very big gamble.
It was a shocking move, but it's worked out in their favor so far. And, like, the pitch count hasn't really been high. Reynolds off the mound and gets the throw. Another 1-2-3 inning for Tipsy. And we go bottom of the 5th. 2-3-4 due for the High Rollers. They lead by 1.
Now the second baseman, number 3.
Ryan back on the mound. Facing off against Woolley here for the first time. It's a 3-0 count, and that's going to be a 4-pitch walk. This is not the Robin Ryan you want showing up here in game number 3. He can't be walking people. That was what their undoing was against the ball players. He was doing really well in that start. Then around the 6th inning, I want to say, he started throwing a lot of balls, walked a couple people, ate up his pitch count, and he couldn't go the full 9. And then we saw what Dixie Norms did. Battles back from a 3-0 count to make it full against Max Range. But another walk from Ryan puts 2 aboard, and this is, you're almost at a mission critical point here for the Stingers. That's what the doctor ordered, though. Texas to DeSalsa, back to high grass for a huge Dragon special. Runner does advance to 3rd, though. Here for Blind Ollie. All 4 RBIs on the night for the High Rollers. How is he not locked in? I don't get that sometimes, man. You have a 3-run home run in your first plate appearance, and you have the other RBI, but you're not locked in.
It's interesting, which is why, like, the potential of an update into the conference finals or
that one into center. Squash Pixel with a clutch out number 3.
Clunch.
Keeps it at a 1-run game as we go into the top of the 6th.
Oh, Elder, you missed clunch.
Oh, you did miss that. You need to watch the VOD just for the creation of that meme.
We can't create another one.
I'm just falling apart at the seams, apparently. I don't know what's going on with my brain.
No, Elder. No, listen, we can try and explain it to you, but
It wouldn't make any sense.
nah, we can explain it. So basically, he attempted to say clutch and instead said clunch. So we made fun of it a little bit, and then I was like, you could really, yeah, it's a real big clunch flactor. And so clunch flactor is where the meme was born.
Tipsy Reynolds absolutely carving up the Stingers. She is not allowed a base runner since coming into the game.
Now batting, the catcher, number
Forcing Robin Ryan's hand to be just as perfect. He got out of a jam last time that he made. Can he keep the game at 1? Facing off against Beltron here to lead things off. He's locked in as well, despite giving up 2 walks. Dribbler to second. Texas up with it. The throw is in time.
Now batting, the shortstop, number 20.
We're probably going to hit a 4-hour stream. That has to be a record for the SSBL, I would assume.
Yeah, and we hit 2 hours yesterday.
I mean, 2 hours. Do you mean 3 hours?
No.
Oh, you're
Yesterday
saying it was so
stream-
short, it was only 2 hours.
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy, because, I mean, usually the stream is guaranteed like 2.5.
It was so fast yesterday.
I mean, yeah, 19 runs combined, that will do it. 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 6th. G-Baby Evans up, fouling a few off from Ryan. That count makes it full. Broken bat back to Ryan. He scoops it up and gets it to first in time for round number 3. And we go to the top of the 7th inning already. Stingers down to their final 9 outs. And, I mean, if everything holds here, you know what the play of the game is? Is,
Putting in Tipsy Reynolds.
well, that, but also the misplay by Danny California not handling the comebacker. Because that's what allowed, that's the difference in the game. That eventually allowed the run to score.
Yeah, it's gotten very quiet offensively since that hot start.
I mean, 4 innings pitched, 4 strikeouts. And only 40 pitches. She's pitching 10 pitches an inning. I mean, oh, Penelope Garcia into center field. It's on! It's off the tippy top of the wall, and Penelope Garcia ties us at 4 apiece.
That barely went over. Oh my gosh. Bumbright just responded. So I told her you are now 6-0 against me all time. And so she put 2 like strong arms, Dragon Slayer.
I do not believe that went out of the park.
That like was it like an optical illusion just hitting off of like that batter's eye? Because that I thought that was hitting off of the wall.
It did. It hit like the top of the wall, then bounced off the backstop, the batter's eye. And that brings well, she's back to locked in now, but that brought Tipsy Reynolds down from locked in, but she's regained it now. But a 4-4 ball game now going into the bottom of the 7th. Ryan's offense has delivered what he needed. Can he hold serve? So he's now got the advantage.
And
Well-
this was the question that we had, right? The question that we had is this wrong bringing Tipsy so early?
But honestly, a crazy point. Robin has thrown 2 2/3, now at 44 pitches. Tipsy had gotten through 4 innings and had 40 pitches. Like, Tipsy was just on a mission there for a while, and just one bad pitch, and Garcia just managed to, like, literally do the bare minimum into center field. Like, that thing literally bounced over. Oh, Zarbi can't reach out for that one. Into center field. Pixel is there. I kind of feel a little bit guilty after that home run call, because I don't feel I've had the same kind of excitement for any or high roller plays, like Tipsy Reynolds striking out like 5 people. I feel like a little bit homerish right now. So apologies, Donut Boy, when you rewatch this. 3-1 the count to Woolley in the zone there. Ryan locked in. And Woolley has regained the lead for the High Rollers. A no-doubter into center field, and it's 5-4.
I can see where that one hit. 469.
Nice. That one definitely did not eke over. And a line shot to Texas. He makes the catch for round number 3. And just like that, we're right back where we started from. The Stingers have out-hit the High Rollers, though. And didn't they do that in game number 1 too and lost?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm distracted right now because the Gamecock subreddit is going crazy over people saying we're USC, not U of SC, when it's like very clearly we are U of SC. People get so butthurt about it here, and it's like they have no idea how copyrights work.
Yeah. I mean, even despite giving that home run up as DeSalsa grounds out here. And the Stingers down to their final 4 outs now. Tipsy Reynolds 5 1/3, 5 strikeouts, 54 pitches. So 11 pitches per inning.
I mean, if she can get out here, I mean, she can very easily finish the game.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, and that's going to be out number 3. So we'll go to the bottom of the 8th. High Rollers looking for some insurance here. Foe, Ollie, and Beltron due up.
And I mean, I know you're saying that with California, and that could be the. I honestly think that the High Rollers gambled so hard by putting in. I mean, it was in like the 3rd.
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah.
in the 4th. It was like 2.1 innings, and they put in Tipsy Reynolds, and it's working.
That's a leadoff walk to Foe. That puts a big speed player on first. There's Blind Ollie. He's had a day today, or at least in this game. 4 RBIs. And gets that one through the right side. Foe is going to dig for 3rd. The throw from Kennedy is not going to be in time, and Foe is safe at 3rd. High Rollers have runners at the corners here with nobody out. A chance to pad that lead here. Nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. Here's Carlita Beltran 0 for 3.
And it's just quality at bats for the High Rollers.
Oh yeah, that's one of the big differences. Like, you know, like I've been mentioning, like through 5 innings, Tipsy Reynolds is throwing like 11 pitches per inning, whereas Ryan is now pulled and only went through 4 with probably around the same amount of pitches. Like, the High Rollers are at least fouling things off or putting things in play to whereas Tipsy is just striking out people or, you know, getting quick groundouts. And that's going to be into the gap. That's going to get 1. Runners headed for 3rd. Pixels up with it, and that's going to bring up another one. The High Rollers have padded the lead up to 3, 7-4.
He's got to think it's home field advantage here. Get it?
I do now. It took me a second.
Look, there's even I mean, to be fair, with the Stingers wearing yellow, it just looks like a sellout crowd for the High Rollers. Much needed out there for strong arm. Or for strong noodle arm. We've got strong noodle arm and noodle strong arm.
Where is Noodle Strong Arm?
I think Noodle Strong Arm is in free agency, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Strong Arm gets the final out of the 8th, and the Stingers are down to their final 3 outs, and they need 3 to continue the season. They've got 3, 4, 5 due up here. And they're facing in a locked-in Tipsy Reynolds, who has absolutely had her stuff. She's pitching angry after that game, too.
Yeah, Noodle Strong Arm is the 3rd worst rated player in the player pool at 182. He does have power versus LHP, though.
This is into left. That's caught by Alex Longstop, 1 away.
Would you like to know the stats of Noodle Strong Arm?
Sure.
He's a first base shortstop. Season 7, so rookie if you want to pick him up, guys. 14 power, 55 contact, 35 speed, 85 fielding, and 5 arm.
5 arm.
But his power versus
Oh, strike 3 called on the screwball! And the Stingers are down to their final out. I did not think that was a strike. And this looks like it will be it. Into right field, caught by Jarius Evans, and the High Rollers have won Game 3, 7-4, and they have a date with the Bombers. 7-4. A couple of clutch home runs late for the High Rollers, as well as the RBIs from Vic Turnpike, who we were also bad-mouthing in that first game. 5 hits for the Stingers, no one with multiple. Garcia, who tied it up. Pendragon with the shot early. You did it, Donut Boy, and take a look at this. Look at what Tipsy did. Absolute
6.2.
mad lad.
Only that one, and that home run squeaked over as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the only hit she gave up.
Wow.
The only hit she gave up was that barely homer.
Ryan
Honestly,
gets... Oh, sorry.
Honestly, like Tipsy Reynolds,
MVP.
player of the game.
Yeah. Ryan gets tagged with the loss. 3 earned, 3 walks in 4 innings. And Ollie gets MVP honors with Wooly, and Tipsy Reynolds is at least on the board. Going 6 2/3. An absolute unbelievable performance. Like, she came in with literally 1 out in the second, and we were blown away. We were like, what is going on? And she absolutely answered the call. It's just an unbelievable performance.
Yeah, only allowed 1 base runner.
Yeah. So High Rollers.
And with that, so first of all, shout out to Squared for getting the first ever postseason appearance and first ever postseason win for the Stingers organization. They have had a long rebuild and they finally showed up. This is not the last that we're going to see of this Stingers team by any stretch of the means. And unfortunately, they just encountered the High Rollers team that has made postseason every single season that they've been in the league.
Yeah.
And that's now 10 postseason wins for the High Rollers as well. And with that, with the Epic as well, all the top seeds advance. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
And a chalk first round. I think it's been a long time since that's happened, if ever. Let's see, we've got Shep Franks, and then we've got Gigi Nori. Finished the regular season with a 0 ERA. See what she can do here against a high-powered Night Squad. Here in a winner-take-all game, winner will face the Moonshots in the divisional round. Our final game of week 1 of the playoffs. So obviously, since we're finishing up the final game of the first week of playoffs, there's going to be no stream tomorrow, which honestly works best in my favor, which allows me to probably do the rest of minor scoring of the regular season tomorrow, and then updating the team pack and whatnot, and then hopefully recording games, maybe some on Friday, but at very late Saturday, and then getting those up maybe Sunday or Monday. Here's Duketown with 1 away. And Duketown into right center. That's going to get down. That's going to bounce off the wall. That should be extra bases for Duketown. A 1-out double for him.
Now batting, the second baseman.
And, you know, here's what's on the line with this game. So if the Gauchos were to win it, it would be straight 1, 2, 3, 4 for both conferences, which I'm pretty sure would be the first time that has ever happened.
Oh, without a doubt.
History. As well as, of course, you know, for on the other side, if the Knights were to make it, Knights currently have the most ever postseason games, as this is their 48th postseason game in league history. Next closest is the Bombers at 41. So that's the other thing to consider as well, as Monkey leads all teams with 27 total wins in the postseason as well. He is currently the all-time postseason wins manager leader. So with him being this last season, this is the last chance to, set those records. And right now in the postseason, he has a 57.45 win percentage. So huge stakes, not only just in terms of advancing, but just in terms of like the scope of the league as well.
Lots and lots of history for the Knights. As looks like back-to-back hitters for the Gauchos are going to foul out to the exact same spot of right field in foul territory. I would have to, it would take a lot of work, but Shep Franks is a career that would deserve it to compile all the seasons of his work, because he was an SPRP before SPRP actually existed back in season 2. He was a reliever for the Knights, and the dude came in probably every game and was absolutely fantastic. Like, I probably had like a sub 2, maybe even sub 1 ERA back in season 3. The dude was a monster. And, final stages of a lot of these careers of these longtime Knights here. That one's through the left side. Runner's going to round third, head from home. Duketown, the throw is not going to be in time, and the Gauchos strike first here.
Did you know that there is only one manager all time that has been to the postseason that has not gotten a win?
That has not gotten a win? Like
Yes.
a win at all?
A win at all.
Or
But has been to the postseason.
is it Wigan?
No, Wigan. No, Wigan was 2-6 all time. Air Force, actually.
Oh.
No, that's high. No, inside. That's outside.
Who, depending on if he, actually, I think the deadline was already up for if managers are renewing, right?
Yeah, I think that was Sunday.
Which, in that case, means that Air Force's records this season are actually going to be, Running's records instead, since Air Force literally did nothing.
Theo Thunder staying alive here, fouling off a lot, but swings and misses at that one, and the side is retired. Gauchos do get one, but leave the bases loaded as we head to the top of the second.
Now batting, the right fielder, number 33.
Ding dong, the first man up here in the top of the second for the Knights. One's fouled off.
Ball. Ball, that's up.
Oh my gosh, I have now played 62 games in the league, and I am perfectly 31-31.
Perfectly balanced as all things.
Perfectly mediocre. Perfectly mediocre.
I feel like that's a good tagline for the Dragons. Dragons,
Honest.
perfectly mediocre.
For the longest time, the issue was the batting. Just couldn't score runs, and now the issue are you no longer have Brock Hansen and Woody Scottish and Justin Timberlake. But I would say that, like, it's easy to look at the Dragons and think like, oh well, if they just had those pitchers, then it'd be better. But the fact of the matter is that it was only through getting rid of those pitchers that the team was able to have gains in batting. And I think, and I don't know what anybody else's perspective is, but I honestly think that, like, in the case of the Dragons, that it was a lot worse than it looked on the outside, especially that outfield. That outfield was horrendous.
Into Rye, and Colin will make the catch, round number 3, and keep us at 1-0 going into the bottom of the second. Yoshida, Dion, and Biscuit due up.
Now batting, the second baseman, number
I guess that is sort of like one thing in the beginning part of this game here that we can kind of, think about is talk about like the eliminated teams and what the future looks like for them. The Cyclones, I think, are a big unknown because they always seem to like they're turning into a Dragons, to be honest, where they're never really out of it. Unlike this ball, which is very much
Out of the park? No, not quite.
absolute last.
I do agree with you, the Cyclones, because I was going to say they have, I think, not S9. It's next season. It's S8 picks. They have like 8 or 9, I think, and like 3 or 4 first rounders. Like they have a ton of picks, and that will be interesting. 9 in S8. Oh, Kenya East climbing the ladder. How many are in the first round, Elder? I want to say it's like 3 or 4. Like they have a lot of them. There's like 1 second round, and then the rest are split between the first and fourth, or the third, or whatever. Four. So 4 first round picks. I mean, granted, nerf draft and all that. But still, four first rounders. I mean, you're going to be building something out of that. But maybe not for another year or 2.
Dingers we already mentioned, they're just emerging out of a rebuild. Nothing really concerned about with them in any capacity.
I mean, the only thing to consider about the Stingers is that they did buy this offseason. And Ace to Salsa was an S4 draft pick, I think. Dallas, Texas is an S4 draft pick. Jackson Moore IV is an S4 draft pick. Robin Ryan is an S4 draft pick. So, nothing to worry about right off the bat, but what they did to get here is going to turn old sooner than you think. And that minors squad was ravaged. That minors team, they won the first ever minors championship and went 1-7 this year. And I think only had 3 young players on that squad.
And then the Dragons are a bit of an enigma. They're not as rude as here's the thing. Before 2 seasons ago, they would have been in the same exact state of the Knights, right? Where the Knights are just, what are you gonna do? Because a lot of your capital is gone. Whereas, able to ship off Scottish, able to ship off Hansen, able to sell off a little bit some of the old players, but Home Run season 5, Harry Shelton season 4. I don't know what your perspective is on the Dragons outlook.
I definitely think you have a positive outlook. You've got some people in the minors. You've got a lot of young pitching talent that I think will turn out to be good. I mean, we saw Tippy Cup get rocked a bit there late, but Tippy Cup do some team, gotta pitch well. Princess Leia. I think Jar Jar Jackson. You have rebuilt the theme of the Dragons and you've built it around pitching, and I think that's going to work in y'all's favor.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing, was figuring out what to do with that pitching, because when I inherited the Dragons, it was Tumblo, Scottish, Hansen, you've got
Dana
Pepperoni, Thompson Busby,
Ralph Fowl.
Yeah, I think people need to realize how bad it really was when I took over, because the team didn't trade, because that was the whole meme, that the Dragons didn't trade. But yeah, it feels good knowing that the pitching core is pretty much taken care of, and then that one, feels bad, man, for the Gauchos.
We've seen a couple of those this first round.
And then I guess sort of to cap cap that conversation is we can kind of talk about these two teams here. Obviously, one of them will be moving on. The Knights have the most to lose, without a doubt, in terms of their future is. I think of all of the old teams that, like, you. I think you loop them in with the overdrafts and the Walkers and the Angels. I think that they're not as necessarily screwed. Overdrafts are a little bit compared to the Angels and the Walkers, but specifically the Knights are very, very weak.
I would honestly say the Knights are probably worse off than the overdrafts. I mean, the overdrafts have at least some pieces to work from. You know, they've got Astaire, who's younger, Ramos, who was an
Wahlberger.
all-star. Well, Wahlberger was drafted in S5, but I think he was an S4. So he's older. But they've got Dice K,
Ohtani.
Liam Boss, Swohei Brotani. They've got pieces. This Knights team doesn't have a lot. I mean, they had some good pitchers, but Sir Alex Einstein, I think, was an S4 pitcher. Even though he's been good in the minors, like he's not gonna have any kind of future. Tammy John has been okay, but she still needs a lot of work. But she's a first year player this year. I think she was one of my creations. I can't remember if it was for this round of picks or if it was for the last.
Yeah, I think the troubling issue with the Knights is, like, yeah, you kind of have to rebuild everything. And again, this team's identity has been the Knights have always kind of had the pitching, but it's just been that from top down hitting core has just been ridiculous, right? But you kind of have to work on both at the exact same time, because Tommy John is pretty much your only young pitcher, if I'm right in thinking that. Like, Smalls will be in sort of like a situation like a Brock Hansen this season.
Yeah,
or
but
Bradley this season.
He won't
next
survive
season.
a big hit. Like, I think he's probably done because of stats next year.
But he's gonna have to pitch because
That's true. Yeah.
They don't have any. That's the other issue with the Knights, is that they don't necessarily have a very, very deep
Organization.
yeah, compared to the Gauchos, which I feel like is a very similar Stinger situation, except of course the Stingers did sell little to compete this season. Although I don't necessarily think season 4 is the worst, comparatively speaking.
Tammy
but
John is 237 pitcher.
Yes, but she's also a season 5, so how much better is she gonna get?
She's a season 5.
She'll get a little bit more. She might get up to like 250, 255 maybe.
Did I really make
Oh,
that
she's
joke?
season 6. All right.
Okay, I was about to say that did make sense, because I know that was my name, but I didn't think I made it that long ago. I guess I'm thinking of their other pitcher. I think they picked up a pitcher in free agency. It's like, it's got a crazy name, like Hiroshima something or other. Knights. Maybe they. Oh, Yamato Ishida. That's who I think I was thinking of then.
Hello.
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, my Bluetooth headset turned off for a second.
Uh-oh.
As that ball is sky.
And that is gone, and that is the first earned run charged to Gigi Nori this season, and cuts the lead in half for the Gauchos. It's a 2-1 ball game, and that brings up Vinny Bates.
Basically, I don't know what you said, but basically closing off, the Knights have a lot of rebuilding to do, especially when you consider the pitching, because that's been their biggest issue this season, without a doubt. Especially going into the end of this game here, is the bullpen issues. But the Gauchos, they're fine. They're going to be here. They'll probably win their division next season, considering they're in a division with the Walkers and the Wrong Fielders and the Dragons.
And that's an extra base hit from Vinny Bates. Is that Vinny Bates' first non-home run or single hit this year? I have to assume it is.
Regardless, you have to feel good about whichever team comes through here. Feel good story, as the Knights are going to tie up. Yes, they will. Because if the Gauchos advance in, obviously honestly probably been the most bad luck of all of the Season 4 expansion teams. Lumberjacks and High Rollers have absolutely braked, and then Cyclones have been off and on. Whereas the Gauchos kind of had a little rough go of it, Season 5, Season
They're
6.
the redheaded stepchild.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't necessarily think it's the Gauchos' fault. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I think they just had a really bad swing of it in Season 5, and it was enough to be like, all right, we're rebuilding everything.
Curse of the away flute.
Yeah, honestly. And so it feels good if they advance because it means that obviously the rebuild is already working and that they got the 3 seed in a division in which they have the moonshots. But also for the Knights, like Monkey's last ride, last chance for him to repeat. Obviously, like the thing with the people forget about the Knights is that they've been dominant, but they have steadily gotten worse in terms of performance over the years. They won it all in Season 2, lost in the conference final Season 3, lost in the divisional Season 4, lost in the wild card Season 5. Last season, of course, making it to the Super Series. But especially when you consider the Lumberjacks dynasty that is really being written in depth right now, that if the Knights could do something special this season, they could, sort of insert themselves into that conversation. The last chance they have as a dynasty, sort of like the last season that Brady was with the Patriots, sort of like, let's end this on a high note type thing.
And Banger's going to re-give the Gauchos the lead with a RBI single into left.
And I think that's sufficiently got us through the mid-game to the point in which everything from here on out, everything pretty much matters. I mean, not that you don't want to watch the games in the second, third, fourth inning, but everything just feels more impactful, especially given what we know is coming with Shep Frank's about to be pulled probably this inning.
Yeah. That's up the middle. That's going to be another base hit.
And that's probably Frank's pulled here, actually.
Nope. Not yet. They're going to juice him for all he's got.
To be fair, considering their bullpen, makes sense.
Yeah.
See ya, puppet.
Good night. Full count here to Billups.
Late night.
And Billups pops this one up. Infield fly is called. Brock back is under it. It'll be caught for out number 2. That brings up Noah Walker. And that will do it for Shep Franks. Potentially, well, as we mentioned, Knight's not deep. Maybe not calling it career, but...
Ooh, that runner took a really big turn at third. Oh, no. Tio Thunder came in with the bases loaded earlier this game, and this is where we're really feeling the tailwind injury if you're the Gauchos.
0-2 from Noel Newman.
They can somehow get a walk here.
Oh, strike 3, swinging on this. Thunder gets rung up. The Gauchos retake the lead, 3-2 though, going into the top of the 6th inning.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 21.
I think the Gauchos manager is going to talk to his team about zone discipline after this game is over. Definitely swinging at a lot of bad pitches.
To be fair, it is a non-starter. So...
This one into left center. I don't think it's quite deep enough, and Dion will make the catch. Not even on the warning track for round number 2. That deep corner of Motor Yard, keeping that ball in the park.
That thing lost momentum very, very quick.
Yeah, it did. And popped up by Ding Dong, and that's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for Nori. And we'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Yoshida, Dion, and Biscuit due up.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 35. Ball inside.
Roger short, back, will get it to first, out number 1.
Now batting,
Gauchos, Really need to take advantage of this opportunity now in the Knights bullpen. Like, they've got to put up a few more runs. If you remember game number 1, they let Shep Franks run them deep. I think he went around 7 or something. They did eventually get into the Knights bullpen, but they didn't score off of them. And so they've got to take advantage of that. I mean, this is a huge Achilles heel for this Knights team. Just an awful bullpen. They've got to put together some runs to pad the lead. Especially considering their own bullpen has had trouble throughout the season.
I mean, I think, you know, be aggressive. Call a steal here. It's Vinny Bates behind the plate.
Yeah, but Vinny Bates sometimes can have magic.
Harmon, look at that speed.
I watched the Season 6 Super Series. He was throwing out Billy O'Connell.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's a year of aging.
Oh, no! Oh, that's going to go first to third.
That could be 3. That could be 3. That is going to be 3. Well, you know what? Turns out that you're right. Just got to wait for Newman to make the error.
As another ball 4 swung on by Biscuit. High fly ball. This will be plenty deep enough for the runner to tag. It'll be 4-2 Gauchos.
And if you're Newman, there's just no reason to check up on the runner. Like, stop worrying about the runner at first and worry about the batter at the plate. But credit to the Gauchos, taking care of business.
Outside. Touchdown.
Is it safe to say that a loss here for the Knights is the end of their dynasty?
Oh, for certain. Because all of this team, apart from, I guess, like Kenya Weast and I guess Levi Booth, are going to age like badly because, you know, they're season 2, so they're going to hit like last year's off-season season 1's did. So they're going to lose like what, a minimum of like 50 points or something?
Well, if they're season 1, I think it's a flat 100.
Well, no, there'll be season 2s, but they'll have what we implemented for last year's season 1s.
I think it's between 60 to 80.
Ball 4.
If I remember correctly.
So, I mean, it's going to be crushing.
Number 40.
And to be honest, this game kind of feels like the Unicorn Cyclones game that we saw earlier, where it was close for a while, but then there was very clearly one team that has the depth that the other team doesn't.
And another swing at a ball outside the zone. The side is retired, but another run on the board for the Gauchos. They lead by 2 going into the back third of this game. 9 outs away with a date with the Moonshots. Norrie still on the mound. 2 earned runs through 6 innings, 6 hits, a walk and a strikeout tonight. When you're facing a team that's still as good as this Knights team is offensively, those are still pretty strong numbers. But a leadoff single for Shaz Leathers will bring up Andy Gibbon.
And you know, obviously this game is far from over. I mean, we're 1 swing away from a tie game here, but I do just want to, Dan, if you do tune in to watch this at some point, I mean, 76 career wins. That is first all time.
Over the head of Colin.
The only other manager that has more wins is 95 Josh, if you include both Josh at the Skulls and the Wrong Fielders. So the all-time wins leader, Monkey, 49 regular season wins. Unfortunately, not able to get to 50. A career winning percentage of 57.58, 132 games. Again, that leads all managers all time. Truly losing a great manager. But The swan song has not ended because the bases are loaded.
Bases
it's
are
Jake
loaded.
Carter and nobody's out.
And it's up
and
the middle. That's going to be one run. Another one rounding third, headed for Momo. Throw from Dion in center. Not in time, and the game is tied at 4.
The swan song is not over. The Knights have heard my alluring eulogy and said, "This is not a funeral. This is a party."
Well, and it's going to be bullpen against bullpen. Whose Achilles is going to pop first?
Again, I think you still favor the Gauchos, but the Knights are still in a very dangerous position here.
And to center, that's going to stay in. Runner most likely will tag.
Dion has got
I was surprised Dion didn't throw to third. He's got a strong arm.
He was pretty far in deep center,
Yeah.
but
Well, runners
and,
at the
and there was
corners
some
now.
decent speed at second as well. But now, go ahead, run 90 feet away. 90 feet, right?
Yes.
You'd think I know that.
Grounded to first, banger. In time, it's for one. Back to first, a Dragon Special! A huge Dragon Special for the Gauchos defensively. Gets them out of the inning. The game is tied at very least as we head to the home half of the 7th at 4. I mean, the Dragon Special was huge to get him out of the inning, but it was important to note that the runner stayed at third. So even if they didn't turn to, the run wouldn't have scored because they didn't go home. Kind of interesting there. And that will do it for Newman. In comes Lacey Fellows with one out here in the bottom of the 7th.
You know, it could be worse if you're a Knights fan. Surprisingly, it actually could be worse here.
That's a hard hit ball. Kenya Weiss with a diving stop. The throw in time for out number 2. A fantastic play at the hot corner from Kenya Weiss. And Thunder will get pulled in favor of Cuz Peterson. And Peterson will ground this one to Sacred. Sacred to first in time for out number 3. Into the 8th inning we go. Tied up at 4-4. You've got Sacred, Weiss, and Ding Dong up.
And that's huge if you're the Knights as well, to get through that inning as quickly as you did.
Nope, inside. Ball, that's inside.
That's a hard hit ball. That's going to get down into left. Leadoff single for the Knights.
Now batting the third baseman, number 20. Ball. Nope, inside.
Wonder how much longer Jake Carter has left in him.
Ball, inside.
Is the SPRP and at neutral, but has not had some great stuff tonight. The throw to second is going to be in time. A strong throw from Noah Walker from behind the plate. Nabs the runner. So a big out there, and he strikes him out looking. Kenya Weiss is rung up. Huge back-to-back plays there by the Gauchos. Throw him out, then struck him out. 2 away here in the top of the 8th, and here's Ding Dong. 1-2 to Dong from Carter. And he strikes out looking as well. Back-to-back strikeouts from Jake Carter, and we go to the bottom of the 8th. Still tied at 4 apiece. It's 8-9-1 for the Gauchos. Trying to take the lead here late.
Number 35. Nope, that's high.
And that's a CNI single through the left side of the field, just past the glove of Kenya Weiss. And the runner's aboard.
The center fielder, number
That was Yoshida, brings up Dion.
ball, that's outside.
Don't mind me just writing a monkey's eulogy just so that it can blow up in my face.
Low.
And Dion's ahead in the count 3-0. Takes the pitch, but's in the zone, 3-1. Fellows checks on the runner. He's back in time. Pressure's all the way up here. And that is inside, ball 4, borderline pitch. But Dion draws a walk, puts 2 aboard here with nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. Miranda Biscuit up to bat.
Outside.
RBI double on the evening so far.
Ball, outside.
Looking for an opportunity to give her team the lead here. In the bottom of the 8th inning, lots of speed on the bases. A base hit would do the trick. But instead, she'll walk on 5 pitches and load the bases here for Athena Hex. Infield is playing in. And that's going to get through. That's going to get down. 1 run's going to score. Another one rounding third, headed from the throw from Levi Booth is not in time. And the Gauchos plate 2, and they take a 6-4 lead here in the bottom of the 8th. Athena Hex with a 2-run RBI single. And Brutus Banger puts one in the center, but it's going to stay in the park. Caught by Booth for out number 1. Runner's tag will go to the corners now for Colin. Lacey Fellows tense now. And that's going to get down. That's going to bring them another run. It's 7-4.
The wheels are starting to come off of the dynasty bus.
And look at the score, 7-4. And we have well surpassed the 4-hour mark now. Thank you all for tuning in to week 1 of the season 7 postseason. That's, oh, Kenya Weast snagging that one before it gets by him in the corner for out number 2. And here's Noah Walker, a big second out for the Knights.
Marge, there's a command for that.
And that's a grounder. Rockback's able to pick it up. The throw is in the dirt, but picked up by Leathers. A nice dig for out number 3, and we go to the top of the 9th. The Gauchos are 3 outs away from a date with the Moonshots. 6, 7, 8 do it for the Knights here. Jake Carter on the mound to start the 9th inning. Facing off against Chaz Leathers, 2 for 3 tonight. A dribble to short. Billups is up with it. The throw is in time for out number 1. Here's Gibbon, 1 for 3. 2 good strikes for Carter. Swung on, grounded to second. Yoshida up with it in time for out number 2. And the Knights are down to the final out, and it's Rockback. Fouls that one back, 0-1. That's a hard hit ball. That's over the head of Athena Hex. That's going to get down and left and roll all the way to the wall in the corner. Rockback will stay at second with a 2-out double. And here's Vinny Bates, having the best night of his season so far. A double and a single, 2 RBIs tonight. But swings at the first pitch, pops it up. This could do it. The Gauchos could have their first ever win in a series in their postseason career here in the SSBL. Large Marge is advancing to the divisional with the 7-4 win over the over the Knights.
So, I mean, first of all, congratulations to Marge, but I do just briefly want to, it's posted in league announcements now, huge admiration to Monkey Snuffles and his dedication to the league, the end of a dynasty, postseason appearance every single season as a manager, 1 Super Series title, 2 Super Series appearances, 3 conference final appearances, 6 postseason appearances in total, 132 career games, an SSBL record, 76 career wins, that's an SSBL record, 27 career postseason wins, that's an SSBL record, 6 seasons as a manager. I mean, just absolute brilliant tenure for him, but fitting that he loses to what could be potentially the start of a new dynasty in the Gauchos, a team that has arrived a year early, and they can prove to us if they have arrived early when they face the Moonshots next week.
And did give a loss to the Moonshots early in the season, a 1-0 win, and actually in that was the second game they played in division. The first game they played, the Gauchos had a lead but blew it late, so the Gauchos have shown that they can go toe-to-toe with the Moonshots, but it's like I said on the stream yesterday, it's if the bullpen can show up, and Jake Carter showed up here in a big way as the SPRP pitched, I think, 3 innings and really closed out the game for him. But let's take a look at the offense first. 10 hits for the Knights, only 4 runs. A home run from Rock back, pair of hits from Leathers, back, and Bates. 13 hits for the Gauchos, 7 runs scored. A home from Yoshida. 4 for 5 is Colin. He's had a fantastic series. He was the one who had that double play in right field to third. So Colin has been on fire so far. Hex 2 for 4. Yoshida 2 for 4. Jeff Franks 3 earned through 4 and 2/3. Newman 1 earned through 2 and 2/3. And Fellows 3 earned through 1 and 2/3 as well. Norrie gives up 4 earned in the end through 6 innings pitched. Jake Carter no earned through 3. 2 strikeouts, a walk, and a hit. Your MVP, Rock back, followed by Athena Hex and how do you say his name? Kaizo? Is it like
Kazuto Yoshida.
Kazuto Yoshida? Well, that will do it for week 1 of the playoffs. We have an entirely chalk bracket that is guaranteed never happened before in league history. And week number 2 will come at you probably either Monday or Tuesday of next week. We'll figure out how we want to phrase that. Minors postseason will start this week or weekend. Most likely games will start appearing probably late Saturday or maybe at some point Sunday. But that's going to do it for us. 4 hours gone by and a lot of good games recorded. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Isaac, for joining the call. Anything else you want to close us off with?
It's gonna be a banger postseason, man. Like, I mean, it sucks that the Dragons are gone, the Hopium's gone, but to be honest, I get to look forward to. I mean, you're telling me I get to watch High Rollers Bombers, Vikings Lumberjacks, Gauchos Moonshots, and I mean Yukoners ball players, but I get to watch all of those as divisional matchups. I mean, I think it's gonna be Lumberjacks, Moonshots, Bombers, Unicorns in the conference finals, but I am ready for some chaos to happen because I feel like we kind of got all the formalities out of the way in this round.
Indeed, it will be a banger postseason the rest of the way through, but that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you all once again for tuning in. This is Chicken Sandwich sign off. I'll see you around. Have a good night, everyone.